the world's leading university ranking organizations. It has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for the past 7 years. Amity has also set a new standard of academic excellence in India by becoming Asia's only not-for-profit university to be awarded US Regional Accreditation, as well as India's only university to be accredited by the UK's Quality Assurance Agency for Higher Education. The university is part of the not-for-profit Amity Education Group, established more than 2 decades ago. Today, the group is home to over 175,000 brilliant students, pursuing over 400 programs in 60 diverse disciplines across 9 universities and 26 schools. Amity Group's vision of establishing a global knowledge network has led to establishing international campuses in London, Singapore, Dubai, New York, San Francisco, Amsterdam, Abu Dhabi, Sharjah, Tashkent, Mauritius, Nairobi and South Africa. Amity's strong focus on research and innovation has led to the filing of more than 1,200 patents, which according to the Controller General of Patents in India is the highest number of patents filed by any individual Indian university. Amity is also engaged in conducting more than 300 high-end government-funded as well as international research projects, including those funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, United States Agency for International Development and the Leverhulme Trust UK. In the field of management, the university has developed more than 2,500 case studies in recent years that have been bought in 106 countries by over 2,300 leading institutions and organizations. The university has also pioneered the concept of industry-led institutions, where leading organizations such as the multinational conglomerate Tata, the UK's Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors and the Confederation of Indian Industry (CII) have set up institutions in partnership with Amity on campus. Attracting some of the most brilliant students, Amity has instituted India's largest private scholarship programs, benefiting over 25,000 students. These students are blazing a trail of success, having filed over 100 patents and published 1,500 Scopus indexed research papers. It has also awarded over 2,000 PhD fellowships to brilliant researchers to carry out path-breaking research in thrust areas that will impact the development of the country. The award-winning Innovation Incubator on campus has nurtured more than 100 companies and attracted investments of over $40 million. The campus also has many high-end research centers, including ones set up with Nobel laureates.
Yeah, now I would seek approval from our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir and Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Sir to proceed with today's event.
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I welcome all of you and the anchoring team to proceed with the anchoring and welcoming all for the event. Over to anchoring team, Parthavi and Techappa.
Thank you, sir. Good morning and welcome to all the dignitaries on dais, academic researchers, research scholars, students, Honorable Chief Guest, respected Director Ma'am, faculties, and all our esteemed national and international guests for this August gathering on this auspicious day for the most awaited event of the year, ABS International Hybrid Conference, Building a Self-Reliant India, Convergence of Innovative Practices 2021.
We are really honored to have our well-acclaimed guests of honor and all treasured invitees and revered teachers. My name is Detama BS with my co-host Parthavi Singh, and it's a pleasure to welcome you all to the first hybrid international conference. I wholeheartedly welcome all the delegates across the world present today in virtual mode amid the pandemic. Humble request to our Honorable Guest of Honor, Vice Chancellor Sir and Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Sir to allow us to commence with the event.
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir, for your blessings.
Light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity. As sunlight expels the darkness, similarly, blessings bring in our life prosperity and happiness. To make this conference a blessed one, we invoke Lord Ganesh by kindling the lamp of knowledge and wisdom and for seeking the choicest blessings.
Now, I would invite Mansi Mudra to invoke the blessings of Almighty.
वक्रतुण्ड्य महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा। ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्।
It's our great honor to invite the Honorable Chancellor of Amity University, Maharashtra, Dr. Asim Chauhan, sir. Dr. Asim Chauhan is the Chancellor of Amity University and a trustee of the non-profit Amity Education Group, which includes 10 world-class universities, 25 schools and preschools, 150 top-ranked institutions, and 15 international campuses across London, Singapore, New York, San Francisco, Seattle, China, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Romania, Amsterdam, South Africa, Mauritius, Kenya, Uzbekistan, and 50 campuses in India, over 175,000 students. Dr. Chauhan was part of the Champions of Change program of Prime Minister Modi, which involves private sector leaders in policy making. The Economic Times awarded him with Asia's Most Promising Business Leader Award 2019. Dr. Chauhan was conferred honorary citizenship of the ancient city of Olympia by the Greek government for significant contribution to global education. The Game Changers of India 2018 award for driving inclusive education and entrepreneurship by Economic Times. Dr. Chauhan has listed among the 50 most influential young Indians by GQ magazine. He was awarded among the top 50 leaders under 50 in India by Asia One. He was conferred the Visionary Leader Award at the Africa Leadership Awards. Recognized by News 24 channel in an honor Jashn-e-Youngistan for the youth of India contributing towards dynamic New India in 2019. Was awarded Urja Awards in 2019 for excellence in education by Gravitas Foundation. Dr. Chauhan has contributed to a number of committees, including the FICCI National Executive Committee, Government of India's National Committee for Biotechnology Policy, the CII National Committee for Higher Technical and Vocational Education, and the US-India Higher Education Cooperation Council. Dr. Chauhan works relentlessly to create possibilities for equitable social development by undertaking projects and programs focusing on women, children, adolescents, and the deprived and marginalized section of the society. Dr. Chauhan holds degree in engineering, finance, and strategic management from the Wharton Business School at the University of Pennsylvania and is an alumni of the prestigious Jerome Fisher Program in Management and Technology. A truly global citizen, Dr. Chauhan has spent nearly 2 decades in Europe and more than 1 decade in the US. Sir, we would like to take your blessing and move forward.
Okay, all the audience here, Partvi Singh, Dr. Bhavna, Dr. Santosh Kumar, Dr. Pushpinder Rakshit, and all the participants who are listening. Dr. Chauhan is busy in another international conference, which was pre-scheduled, so he is not able to make it. But it was nice to listen to what a global man he is, and what a personality he is, who we are lucky to have him as our President and Chancellor of Amity University, Mumbai. He has conveyed to all of us his best wishes for conduct of this international hybrid conference on building a self-reliant India, convergence of innovative practices, which will continue for a period of 2 days. So with his best wishes and blessings, we can go ahead with the next step, please.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to invite Dechamma to proceed further.
It's a great honor to invite the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Maharashtra, Lieutenant General V.K. Sharma. Lieutenant General V.K. Sharma, AVSM, is an alumni of erstwhile King George School, now called the Rashtriya Military School, located at Shimla. He joined the boarding school at the age of 10 years and passed his All India Higher Secondary Examination in 1968. Thereafter, he joined the prestigious National Defence Academy and passed out as a permanent commissioned army officer from the Indian Military Academy on 31st March 1972. He was granted the President's Commission in the Corps of Signals of the Indian Army. He served the Indian Army for almost 40 years and retired from the second highest rank of Lieutenant General, which is a 3-star and a flag rank of the Army. During his meritorious service, he held several command and staff appointments and participated in Operation Rakshak and Operation Vijay. He also served for almost 7 years in the Jammu and Kashmir Valley in Srinagar in the rank of captain and brigadier. General Sharma has also been an excellent academician in addition to being a military leader. He did his BE in Electronics and Communication Engineering from College of Military Engineers in Pune and Military College of Telecommunication Engineering, Master of Engineering from Pune University and Master of Management Studies from Osmania University, all in first class with honors. He has the unique distinction of standing first in BE, ME, and MMS programs. He also been an instructor at Institute of Armament Technology, Girinagar, Pune, which has now been redesigned as Defense Institute of Armament Technology. He has also been Commandant of Military College of Telecommunication Engineering located at Madhya Pradesh for a period of 3 years, which is a center of excellence in electronic communication, information technology, and cyber welfare. During service in the army, he has traveled to almost every nook and corner of the country and also headed military delegation to France, Germany, and USA. For his meritorious service to the nation, he was awarded the Ati Vishishta Seva Medal by Honorable President of India on 26 January 2011. He has also held the appointment of Commandant of Corps of Signals for a period of almost 4 years. He is the founder, Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Madhya Pradesh, Gwalior. Under his able leadership, Amity University, Madhya Pradesh has grown up by leaps and bounds and has been adjudged the best private university in Madhya Pradesh by CMAI in May 2014, and thereafter for consecutive years from 2017 to 2019. In the NIRF ranking announced in April 2020, Amity University, Madhya Pradesh is among the only 2 private universities of Madhya Pradesh to have been ranked, thus making it one of the best universities of Madhya Pradesh as per NIRF. He has also been instrumental in introducing a host of best practice aimed at fostering academic excellence in the university. Sir, we would request you to share with us a few words of wisdom.
Thank you very much, Dechama, for the very detailed introduction, which in fact was not required because I've been here now also officiating as the Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Maharashtra for more than a year now, and all of them, they know me quite well. So the topic for today's conference, Building a Self-Reliant India, Convergence of Innovative Practices, is apt because the Prime Minister also says that India should have for Atmanirbhar Bharat, which means self-reliant India. So when we talk of self-reliance, what exactly does it mean? It means self-sufficiency, self-dependency, financially, militarily, and policy-wise from foreign affairs, non-dependence on anyone, any other nation. That is one. But a nation, when you say becomes self-dependent, as a matter of fact, each individual must become self-dependent. And so therefore, each individual should be financially self-dependent, should have the independence of action as well as thought, and should have the independence to do any job or any business that he or she would like to do, and therefore contribute towards national development. That is what self-reliant or Atmanirbhar Bharat actually means. Coming to the first step in this is the financial independence. Now, a person can be financially independent if he or she has got a regular source of income. The regular source of income could be from any job that we might do, be it a government job or a private job, does not matter. But some source of generation of income should be there to sustain oneself happily and to give certain amount of financial freedom so that one can perform actions as one desires, not only for living, but also for contributing toward the society, for paying taxes honestly, and for developing the nation. Now, in this, if you're looking only for government jobs, today the government cannot afford to provide government jobs to each and every one. Those are limited, and they are further limited by the policies of the government with regard to reservations, which a country like India, I think, needs still, albeit after some time it might be done away with. But the government jobs are not there for all to be provided by the government. The next step is private jobs, which are generated by the business tycoons in our country, to whom some of us take the pleasure of cursing them, saying that these fellows, Tatas and Ambanis, they have made so much of money for themselves. But we forget at the same time that they are also the biggest job providers. They also are the biggest contributors to nation building. If they are counted amongst the richest persons of the world, it should be a matter of pride for India, and not that we should be telling that these fellows have made a lot of money for themselves. But whereas the foreign companies who are in our country, when they come and invest, they make businesses, they make money, and they take the profits back to their own company or to their own country. Today, to the youth, it is always said that you should become a provider of service rather than taking the services, or job provider rather than a job seeker. Now, how does one become a job provider? Here comes the second thing, convergence of innovative practices in business. Today, the country is going through a phase where there are enough opportunities and encouragements for the youth to start their own entrepreneurship, to start their own practices. And that money is available, funding is available, provided the business proposal is good. And what the entrepreneur should try and do is to create a job or to create a business which is sustainable, with doing the same thing which others are doing, should be as far as possible avoided. We should do something new, mostly use the net, but at the same time, it is not always possible to do something new. You can do something which others are doing, but provided you do it differently. Right? Now, how you can do differently, that will come through innovations. And for that, some of the things which we need thought to be given to is that, firstly, what the society wants. What are the needs of the society? That is the first question which needs to be answered when you think of an enterprise. The second which needs to be answered, that if I do the same job, how will my business do the same job differently? Why should somebody choose my job or my products as compared to the other products which are already existing? And in that, the first thing which comes to my mind is honesty and sincerity of purpose. If you find that you're launching a business and in that you can provide quality, you can provide good service, you can provide quick service, you can remain connected with people, you should be able to answer queries of people, you should be able to satisfy them when they want to talk or they want to resolve certain issues. And last but not the least, most important factor, that you should be able to do all this at a very affordable cost. Remember, cost is always something which is prime to every business, because ultimately it is a money matter. You should generate profits, but at the same time, not at the cost of compromising the quality, not at the cost of compromising the services, not at the cost of compromising the honesty and integrity in dealings, which is most important and dear to anybody who would like to take your services. At the same time, the situation is always changing. There are dynamics because of pandemic. There are dynamics because of the interference by foreign powers, by enemies, by terrorism, by external aggression, and all those things which happen. So therefore, one should be able to change quickly and adapt to the changed circumstances. Adaptability in business is the very desired quality in every entrepreneur. Unless you are able to adapt, unless you are able to change your business, change your product line, change the manner in which you have been conducting business in line with the changed circumstances, your business will fail. It will not sustain. And sustainability of products, sustainability of businesses is something which is very relevant and very important. Because if you just Google and check how many small businesses or entrepreneurships were started 2 years before, and after 2 years, how many of them failed and how many continued, you'll be surprised that as many as 88% businesses in our country do not sustain for more than 2 years. They shut down. Why do they shut down? Because all those reasons that I mentioned. And remember the human factor. When you start an entrepreneurship, you start a business, you start a small enterprise, remember that the people whom you select to be with you are the most important persons. Not the finance, not the machines, not the equipment. People come first, because it is these people who are going to see you through during troubled times. It is these people who are going to make you change the strategy when required. And it is these people who stand by you in good stead during bad times. So in my opinion, people are the most important thing in any business. So therefore, be very, very careful to choose your business partners. And let me tell you, finding such good people is quite a task, and they are a scarce commodity. To find people who will stick around with you, who will abide by your ideas, who will follow you and give you correct advice at the correct time, are difficult to find. So finding such people is something which is very essential in any business. The last thing which I would like to say is scalability and product enhancement. Starting a business with a particular product and thinking that staying there only will not see you far off. You have to be dynamic, you have to change the products when required, and scalability, the business has to keep on rising. You have to keep on thinking new ideas, innovative ideas. Innovation is what actually the entrepreneurship and business means. Doing the same thing, continuing in the same manner, and thinking that it will continue like that only, it will not work in today's environment, because things are changing. Therefore, adaptability, scalability, and product range enhancement are some of the very important aspects that I thought I would like to mention here. There are many good speakers who are lined up here who will be talking today and giving you much more practical tips. than what I have given. But I would like to congratulate Dr. Bhavna Sharma and her team for having organized this international webinar on a topic which is very apt and of concern to our youth, which is of concern to all the persons or all the participants who are listening today. And also very good speakers are there to give keynote sessions, panel discussions which are there. And I'm sure the students are going to benefit immensely from all this. And so will the staff. And it will be a pleasure listening to all of them. So I wish this international conference all the very best. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to give my mind, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. It was an immense pleasure for us that you joined our event and bestowed us being a guest of honor. Your precious time was of great importance for us. Thank you so much, sir. Now, it's a great honor to invite the Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Maharashtra, Dr. A.W. Santosh Kumar. Dr. Santosh Kumar is a renowned researcher and an academician with a total of 30 years of experience both in India and in US. He had held various academic positions including the Dean Academic Affairs, Dean Accreditation in Universities in the United States. Further, he also held position of Vice Chancellor in charge and Pro Vice Chancellor in charge in Indian universities. Sir, we request you to share with us a few words of wisdom.
Thank you. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Respected dignitaries and the platform, it is indeed a pleasure to join hands with you in inaugurating this hybrid international conference on building self-reliant India, converging of innovative practices. So when I just think about this topic, why do we need this topic and what is the time of the hour that we need is that in India, 80 million people are less than 35 years of age out of the total 1.3 billion. And we should know that if this is being prolonged, India would be the youngest nation down from time on until some 20 to 30 years from now. So we'll have the youngest generation of people who will be there for 30 years. And I'm pretty sure that because of the life expectancy of India, which has increased from 57 years on an average to 64 years, it is indeed a very great leap for the Indian continent that our youngsters will be ruling the whole world. And how do we rule this whole world is that we need three important words. Number one is management. Number two is money. And number three is marvelous attitude and ideas. So if I'm going to think that how did we do this international hybrid conference and why did we do this international hybrid conference? I just wanted to bring 3 A's and 3 B's into your mind. The 3 A's would be, the first one would be the Amity University or the Amity institution, where, as already pointed out by our video cast, we know that Amity University in India is not only par excellence national, it is par excellence international. We have 11 international campuses right now, altogether 22 full-fledged campuses, which cater to the need of these young minds, especially giving more impetus to the business management education. The second A would be the Amity Business School. Amity Business School is a flagship program of Amity institutions. And talking about Amity Business School in Mumbai, we have a classy people who do a very classy work, and this hybrid conference itself gives a very professional touch, starting from the invocation, moving on to each and every nitty-gritty of things, to the flyer, to the brochure, to the way it was being portrayed and it was sequenced. And also the different class and association of topics of the 7 branches that you would have, which picks a very unique aspects and facets of management. The third A is more important because It is our founder chancellor, Ashok Chavanji, and followed by our chancellor, Asim Chavanji, who had given their thought, brain, and mind, and body, and everything for the upcoming progress of all our institutions, especially with regard to Amity University, Mumbai. Talking about 3 Bs, we all know that any degree now culminates in a business degree. So business management degree is one of the most important things that currently is glorifying the whole pinnacle, and now it has become the icing on top of the cake. And I think this international hybrid conference is going to be a very pivotal role in bringing about this to happen in each and everyone's life. The second B would be the business strategies that you are going to discuss with elite people of national and international repute who have been now following for these 2 days deliberations. And then with regard to the business management, the third B. This is where you guys are there. And I should certainly say that I'm indeed very proud to join hands with Amity Business School, especially this august group of people, our elite faculties and my beloved friends of students who are class apart, I should certainly say, and I should endorse here that you are doing a great job. And I'm indeed very happy to be a part joining hands with you. And I really congratulate the Amity Business School team, which not only includes the HOI, but also includes each and every person, including our youngest student who had joined the first year, in bringing this happening a great success. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was an immense pleasure for us that you joined our event and bestowed us being a guest of honor. Your precious time was of great importance for us. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Now, it's a great honor to invite Director of Amity Business School, Amity University, Maharashtra, Dr. Bhavna Sharma. Ma'am, we request you to proceed with the opening remark for our International Hybrid Conference.
Thank you so much, students. And first of all, I would like to thank my leadership team for really bestowing the blessings on each one of us, faculty, students, team Amity Business School. We are really grateful for you all joining us today and giving your blessings to us. A very good morning, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Lieutenant General V.K. Sharma, AVSM, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Sir, Dr. A.W. Santosh Kumar, our guest of honor, Dr. Swam Kong Thong, Chief Executive, INTI College, Nilai, Malaysia. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation as guest of honor and keynote speaker today. I also welcome Dean Academics, Dr. Shrikant Charate, Dean Research, Dr. Aparna Khanna, Dean Student Welfare, Dr. Gautam Gwali, Heads of Institution of Amity University, Mumbai, my colleagues from other Amity groups, authors, and participants from industry and academia, my department's coordinator, Amity Business School's coordinator, organizing committee of BSRICIP 2021, faculty members and staff of Amity Business School, my dear students, a very warm welcome to one and all to this second international conference on building a self-reliant India, Convergence of Innovative Practices 2021, which today we all are witnessing on a digital platform and now calling it as BSRICIP 2021. Let me brief you all about Amity University as a group. I'm sure we all had seen the video and we all know our group, but I want to highlight few of the key aspects. Amity University Maharashtra was established in 2014, was the first private state university established in state of Maharashtra near Mumbai. And since then, its exponential growth has been making a mark in the field of academics, research, and innovation with a world-class facility for an overall growth of these students. Under the aegis of Amity University, Mumbai, Amity Business School is a flagship institution having more than 15 programs under its umbrella at UG, PG, and PhD levels, such as MBA Marketing and Sales, Banking and Finance, HR, International Business, Global Study Programs, 3-continent program, our BBA International programs, BBA various specialization, We also have programs in collaboration with University of London and Presidio Graduate School for Sustainability Management courses. Let me take this opportunity to brief you all on the conference theme. The foremost reason to organize this conference is to encourage and promote quality research amongst our fellow colleagues, encourage international collaborative research from all over the world, and to provide a platform to bring them together under one umbrella. And I'm sure my leadership team will agree to it that we have succeeded in ensuring the reasons for having this conference today at Amity Business School. Let me share some facts with you all. As per National Science Foundation, India is third in publication of research paper, but journey from lab to market is riddled with a lot of potholes. We as business leaders have to fill this gap. We have to take products from labs to market, and thus in truly contributing in making our nation a self-reliant nation. In this, quest for self-reliant nation starts with one's own determination to stay positive, progressive, and defying every gravity which is pulling us down with more resilience and better commitment. Here I remember words of our great leader, Bharat Ratna, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam sir. He said, thinking is the capital and enterprise is the way, hard work is the solution. So today, with this conference, we look forward for research, hard work, and enterprise, which are the only ways through which we can make India self-reliant. I urge all young minds, my brilliant students who are ready and have enough potential to become part in the progress of self-reliant nation by developing and supporting the businesses to kickstart the economy and contribute to its fullest in the nation's growth. Students, you need to thoroughly understand what people need and the market needs are while maintaining the global standards of production of goods and services you would be taking up your jobs in. Startups are the way in which industry has to establish, which grew out of an idea and the research. We need to promote, and for that, I need your collaboration. I need your support so that we could push up this particular youth into enterprise and further to startups, elevating success to better heights. I would like to congratulate my entire conference organizing team whose rigor and dedication has led to making this international conference possible. Sir, I'm very proud to share with all of you here on this platform that we had received more than 150 papers, chapters, case studies, research articles from all over India and international, and many more places across the world related to various tracks. These papers would be further peer reviewed by our review committee members from various locations across the country to select the best quality papers for presentation and publications. The selected peer-reviewed registered papers will be presented today by authors in the 7 technical sessions, the tracks what we would be holding in the coming 2 days. We are committed to follow the footsteps of our Honorable Chancellor, Sir, Dr. Asim K. Chauhan, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Dr. Lieutenant General B.K. Sharma, ABSM, and our Pro Vice Chancellor, Sir, Dr. A.W. Santosh Kumar, and thus committing 4 resolutions today. Clean surroundings, creative thinking, innovative minds, and continuous efforts to build a self-reliant India. Once again, I welcome all delegates, guests of honor, and everyone to this BSRI CIP 2021, and I'm sure you all will utilize this opportunity to learn and enhance your knowledge in these 2 days. So I would like to sum up my speech with some of the words of our visionary leader, APJ Abdul Kalam ji. It goes as, all of us do not have equal talent. All of us do not have equal talent, but all of us have an equal opportunity to develop our talents. So today, let's honor the commitment of making India a truly self-reliant nation. Let's come forward with our selfless devotion to making India even stronger nation. Stay safe and healthy. Thank you very much for being a part of this conference. Over to you, students.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your encouraging and enlightening words. We have gathered here today to evidence the most awaited launch of ABS book, Business Dynamics Amid Pandemic. We have received a grand response from academicians, researchers, corporate delegates, students across India from esteemed institutions. We received immense response from contributors who are the major contributors for the success of this initiation of ABCS. We have received 40 articles having 58 authors, which speaks about the success of this initiation. Amity Business School, Maharashtra is thankful to each and every contributor for their valuable academic contribution. Now, let us proceed with the launch of ABS book. I request Abhiruk to proceed with the launching.
So we request for your permission. Okay. Go ahead, students.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot for evidencing the first look of ABS book. Amity Business School, Mumbai, Amity University, Maharashtra looks forward to march ahead with the further such academic developments and the able guidance and leadership of our HI Director, Dr. Bhavna Sharma ma'am. Now, I would like to invite Shloka Kulkarni to proceed with the launching of e-newsletter.
Good morning to one and all. We are all gathered here today to witness the most awaited launch of ABS e-newsletter, Business Quotient 2.0. After the successful launch of version 1.2, we are glad to launch its next version today. We received immense responses from contributors who have majorly contributed in the success of this initiation. This time, we have received 50 articles as academic contributions from our students and faculties. We thank each and every contributor. Now, let us proceed with the e-launch of ABS newsletter, Business Quotient 2.0, Equip the Quiver, with the theme, Technological Advances and Online Learning. I request Abhiruk to please proceed with the launch.
So can I have your permission here to launch this release?
Sir, you're muted, sir.
Yes.
I think VC is saying proceed.
Okay.
Yeah, you can please go ahead. Thank you.
Very good work, Team ABS and students. And I'm really happy and glad to see the articles here contributed by all of the programs, BCom, BBA, MBA, and especially first year students. So in the semester first itself, you all are developing and inculcating writing skills. That's something I have to really applaud for. Great. Please proceed.
Thank you so much for witnessing the first look of the e-newsletter, which will be published on our website soon and then shared with the contributors and readers. Amity Business School, Mumbai looks forward to march ahead with further such academic contributions under the able guidance and leadership of our director and HOI, Dr. Bhavna Sharma ma'am. We thank you, ma'am, for your immense support. Now, I would like to invite Parthavi Singh to proceed with the launching of ABS conference proceeding, Building Self-Reliant India, Convergence of Innovative Practices, December 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Shloka. We have gathered here to evidence the most awaited launch of ABS conference proceeding, Building Self-Reliant India, Convergence of Innovative Practices, December 2021. We have received a grand response from academicians, researchers, corporate delegates, students across India, and from esteemed institutions. We received immense responses from contributors who are the major contributor for the success of this initiation of ABS. We have received 60 research papers with 110 authors, which speaks about the success of this initiation. Amity Business School, Mumbai is thankful to each and every contributor for their valuable academic contribution. Now, let us proceed with the e-launch of ABS conference proceeding, Building Self-Reliant India, Convergence of Innovative Practices, December 2021. I would like to seek the blessings of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Pro Vice Chancellor, Sir, and Director, Ma'am, to proceed with the launching.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I request Abhiruk to proceed with the launching. Thanks a lot for evidencing the first look of ABS conference proceeding, Building Self-Reliant India, Convergence of Innovative Practices, December 2021. Amity Business School, Amity University, Mumbai, Maharashtra looks forward to march ahead with further such academic developments under the able guidance and leadership of our HOI Director, Ma'am, Dr. Bhavna Sharma, Ma'am. Now, it's time to invite our first keynote speaker for the day. I would request Dechamma to do the honors.
A warm welcome to our honorable keynote speaker, Mr. Songkok Tong. Mr. Songkok Tong has more than 15 years of teaching experience in high learning institutions. Currently, he is serving as a chief executive of INTI College, Nillai. He has served as a senior lecturer, head of programs, deputy dean, faculty of business, communication, and law, and the director of student experience at the INTI International University. Sir has also been the liaison officer for CPA Australia from 2008 to 2010, as well as the link tutor for Beijing INTI Management College, which he held for 2 years from 2006 to 2007. He had engaged companies in Malaysia by taking up consultation projects and involved his students to be a part of the consultation team. Overall, he had conducted more than 30 of such projects. Even though Sir is currently the chief executive of INTI College Nillai, he still believed in the enhancement of student experience, which is the heart of the student life. Thank you so much, Sir, for your investing your valuable time to grace us in the most awaited event of the year. We are glad and blessed to have you among us. I request Mr. Song to enlighten us on the topic Survival of Industries in Malaysia during COVID-19.
Right. Thank you very much for that introduction, and very good morning to everyone, the committee, director of the business school, of Amity Business School, the vice chancellor, the pro vice chancellor. It's really an honor to give me this opportunity. Of course, before that, let me just share my slide about this topic of mine. And of course, it sounds very simple. It's about survival, okay? But it's actually, the story behind it is more than that. And somehow or rather, we need to go all the way back to 2019 when this so-called pandemic all started. Because it actually taught us a lot. It taught us about the topic about self-reliance itself. And slowly, I will bring in how we actually learn from this pandemic about this so-called self-reliance. So if you don't mind, let me start off with a little bit of background about this COVID-19. I believe all of us knew about this thing. We know they started from China in December 2019. And it's starting in Wuhan. And by January 21st, the World Health Organization already released their first report about this coronavirus. And that's where Wuhan started to have their full lockdown. What happened there was that we realized that the retail industry in China already badly affected, okay? Because their consumers are unable to go out to buy things. So immediately, the retail industry in China, especially in Hubei province itself, has been affected. And even in terms of tourism industry, it was really, really badly affected because all borders has closed. So no one were able to enter and no one were able to go out. Now, why do we need to talk about this background? Okay, because we go on further and we notice that in March 11, World Health Organization again announced that this COVID-19 is actually a pandemic, okay? And by April 16, it's already spread across more than 200 countries. There were more than 2 million people in the world affected by it. And we have more than 150,000 people who died due to the virus. It's just at the beginning. And yet, this is the best part of it. Countries are still letting their guards down, including, sad to say, Malaysia. Okay, later on we'll talk about Malaysia part of it. Now, look at all these special dates. We have March 11, which the COVID has been announced as a pandemic. We know that this virus has started in Hubei itself in December 2019. And we know that it has impact in terms of traveling, the impact in terms of the retail industry in China itself. Okay, now let me go. Okay, this is how it looks like in terms of the cases in China from January all the way to October 2021. So you notice that in January 22, it suddenly shot up to more than 75,000 cases in China alone. Okay, so it continued to build up, but eventually it doesn't grow further than that. But now I would like to bring to the case of Malaysia. The Malaysian case is kind of unique, and let's take this as a learning curve for all of us. Okay, I believe it happens in most countries as well. Now, we know that it is a pandemic, but then the first case reported was actually in Singapore, okay, in January 23rd, 2020. And there, we actually had this case in Singapore, somehow or other had contacts with Malaysians who was living in the southern part of Malaysia. Okay, it's just the border between Singapore and Malaysia. So there were around 8 people who are close contact with this person in Singapore, which is actually the first COVID case. Now, 2 days later, we actually had the first reported case in Malaysia. It's not a Malaysian, but it's an imported case from Wuhan, China. In other words, January 25th, the first tourists from China actually came into Malaysia. Okay, now this is kind of strange because we do know that there's no traveling allowed in most countries, and yet, like I said, we let our guards down and we allow people from China that time to cross border and enter into our country. And that's where we had our first reported case in January 25th. It's just 2 days after the case reported in Singapore. All right. And it's not even those 8 people that those Singaporean who had contact with. And within the next 6 days, we had 8 other positive cases. So you can see how fast this thing actually spread. And again, the 8 cases are all imported cases from Wuhan, China. We only had the first Malaysian who confirmed to be positive on the 3rd of February. Okay, so this is a bit different because on the 25th and 6 days later, those are all imported cases. They are not Malaysians. It's only in February 3rd that we had our first Malaysian. And that is also because he actually went for a conference outside of Malaysia. Not mistaken, he went to China and he came back with this virus itself. Now, even then, I would say that the Malaysian government was still able to control it, because what I can see here that if you look at this diagram, I kind of break it into 3 waves, and this is between January to March. So the first wave, we know, was the beginning part of it. So there were around 22 cases. And the government thought, well, it's okay, a small case, we can handle it. Then happened the second wave, which happens around 4th March, and we had 26 cases. And again, the government thought that it is something controlled, they can control it, right? Things move on as normal during that time period. I still remember we still have our face-to-face convocation during that time. Okay, we had lesser students from China coming in, okay, because they are afraid, but we do still have students from China coming to Malaysia to attend our convocation. So we can see how neglected we were when this pandemic happened at the beginning of it, right? Now, we had the 3rd wave, which happened March 11. And this is where the cases are shot up to more than 100 cases. That's where the Malaysian government press the panic button. Now, of course, we all wonder why this special date. Now, this is actually a news headline in one of our local newspaper. Okay, so apparently on that particular date, on the 11th of March, we had 14,500 Malaysians, okay, not including foreigners, attended a mosque gathering, okay, a religious gathering in KL. And you only need one foreigner who's actually from Brunei, who is actually a positive case. And immediately the case started to spread from here onwards, and it became uncontrollable. Now, this is just for the month of March. And we realized that after the 11th, cases start to shoot up. Okay, so the blue indicates the positive cases in Malaysia, right? And the green shows the recovered cases. The red are those death cases. Okay, so we can see that we do start to experience a number of death cases in Malaysia, right? And again, negligence. It's all about negligence. If let's say we have taken lead of the advice from WHO, maybe this could have been controlled. I believe so, right? But it didn't. Okay, we allow foreigners to come in, we let our borders open, and that's where it all started. Now, if we look at another country, let's say, for example, Taiwan, when they heard about this news, about this COVID-19, the first thing they did was to close their border. And they are able to control the cases until today, right? Now, this is a very interesting thing. So how do they survive? They survive by relying on themselves. They need to rely on tourism. All the while, we thought that Taiwan relies on tourism because they get a lot of people from China coming into to their country to spend. We thought that countries like Malaysians love to go to Taiwan and spend money there. But at the end of the day, when this COVID happens, the first thing that Taiwan did was, yes, they had a lockdown, but their lockdown was more of closing their borders, and they became self-reliant. Their business goes on as usual. Death rate was so minimal. They don't even have a lot of cases, and their economy continued to grow, right? Now, we, on the other hand, were so, I would say, relaxed. And we always had this idea that it's okay, things will come out right. But the thing is that COVID-19 is not an economic crisis. It's not a financial crisis. It is actually a social crisis. And the impact will be different, which a lot of us were very, like I said, we let our guards down for the first time. So in March 18, the Malaysian government actually implemented the social movement control policy. It was total lockdown. Okay, factories, industries, businesses all had to close, including schools, including the universities. Everyone were asked to work from home. Okay, and what we noticed in the next whole year later on was that the stock market suddenly took a dip in Malaysia itself. Okay, and a lot of uncertainty happened in Malaysia, especially in terms of the industrial, the financial sector itself. Now, I just gonna move this one, but we noticed that what I'm trying to say here is that actually different industry will face different things, will face this COVID pandemic differently. Some will take longer time to recover and some take shorter period of time. There are some industries actually doesn't actually affect by this COVID-19 at all, like healthcare. Okay, healthcare were really enjoying this COVID pandemic actually, right? Because of pharmacies were booming, people buying medicine from them, and so on. Now, this is how the composite index of different industry looks like. And you notice that at certain time period, there's actually a dip. Each time there's a dip, it's actually due to an announcement by the government in Malaysia. And those announcements can be even as a very simple thing like the total number of deaths in Malaysia. Okay, so once they release that, you notice that the stock price for that particular industry just fall. Okay, but we do note that there are some industry that actually enjoys the benefit of this so-called stock market itself. Okay, those glove industry, they really enjoyed it very much. Okay, they are booming. Their business was doing so well because countries even from US were importing their glove. Okay, so their business is doing so well. Okay, and yeah, like I said, the medical supply, the digital sector, technology sector, they were enjoying it because, for example, all the schools, the universities had to close down, and students were forced to purchase laptops now. They have to purchase handphones. Parents now have to buy handphones for their children now. So the technology sector actually enjoys this very, very much. Okay? For example, even for me, I have two daughters. One who's 5 years old. The other one is 7. And because of this pandemic, I had to purchase one laptop. I had to purchase 2 tablets, and I had to get 2 handphones just for them. Okay, because everything went online. All classes went online. I have to be honest. My youngest, who's 5, she really enjoyed the online classes. Okay, because teachers are unable to pay much attention, right? When you have very big classes and no, they can play around and no one going to scold them. Okay, so the youngest had the most. She really enjoyed the online classes as compared to my eldest who's 7. Okay, but this is the thing which I like to bring up as well. Now in Malaysia, if let's look at the educational system, we started off with just face-to-face, very traditional. Okay. But when we had this pandemic, no choice actually. And only then we moved to hybrid. Okay, currently we are moving to hybrid. Only those students who need labs, they are allowed to go back to classes, but lectures is still face-to-face. Until today, schools in primary schools to the secondary schools, even in kindergarten, is still virtual, right? Because of fear. We did open the school for only 1 month, and then immediately we had cases. All right, immediately we had children who is 7 years old, 8 years old are positive, and immediately the school had to close down again. Right, my 7 years old daughter, her classmate was positive, right, and she was crying because of fear when she heard that her classmate had a positive case, and the next day, we received a call from the health ministry that I had to take her to the hospital to do checkup and all that. She had to be quarantined for 10 days, and she was crying. Okay, so immediately after that, the whole school closed again, and everything goes back to virtual. So we noticed that there is a change in how education works now. From face-to-face, it went to virtual now, and currently goes to hybrid. Now, the thing is that virtual is not something new. Okay, countries like Australia, like Korea, is a developed country, is something normal. Okay, it's already being implemented because it's meant to provide students with that flexibility to learn. It's also said to be very convenient for them to actually access to teaching materials. It is also cost effective for the universities, right? Now, even in Malaysia, we talk about this virtual learning since 1990s. Okay? But the problem is that how many universities in Malaysia actually practice it? Actually, if I'm not mistaken, there were only 2 universities, okay, back then. What about the rest? The rest of us, we are so worried. We have this concern about the quality of online education compared to face-to-face. But then when the government says that, hey, you know what? You can't go to school. You can't go to the universities anymore, no matter you're private or public, everything's closed and everything had to go online. So immediately we noticed that education had to make the shift, right? It is either you want to adopt, okay, and adapt to it, or you totally disappear from the education map. Okay, to be honest, there were actually more than 60 higher learning institutions in Malaysia last year had to close down, right? In Malaysia itself, it's a lot, and we believe there will be more. Okay, for this year, right? 60 is just last year in 2020, so we have not got the updated news of how many closed down in 2021. Okay, so we can see how serious it is. It's either you want to adopt and adapt, or we perish. Okay, so this is on education alone. Now, of course, there are some challenges as well in terms of the infrastructure. Okay, there are few places in Malaysia who, especially the rural areas, the isolated areas, they were unable to get access to the internet. So that makes it difficult for them. We do have some who came from the lower income family who couldn't actually afford to purchase laptops or gadgets for this online, and they had to, well, skip school. All right. We do have NGOs who actually step in after that. Now, this is the beauty thing about pandemic actually. When we have this problem, we notice the NGOs, individuals, okay, stepping in to provide whatever necessary assistance. We have teachers actually travel from house to house, okay, to teach their students. We even had that case because to them, education is so important. But then because the students unable to have access to internet, the only option they had was they go to the students, right? And they had this social distancing, standing very far away from the students and teach individually. And once they've done that, they'll go to the next house and then they move to the next house. By the time it's over, it's already nighttime. Okay? And we had this kind of dedicated like teachers, okay, who would do that. We also had students who actually complain, not just about in Inti, but throughout the whole Malaysia, about the difficulties they face to communicate with their teachers. I realized that there tend to be a very big gap now between the teachers and the students because everything is online now. They don't even know who their friends are. And of course, those which need practical labs, they've been left behind. Okay, so these are those challenges that having an online learning would face. Okay, but this is something that we need to pick up as well, because should we let these so-called difficulties stop us? There will always be technology behind us to support our way of delivering our education, right? Is the lack of the so-called communication between lecturers and students should stop us from continuing? Actually, it's not. There will always be another way. And I would rather let the young minds, those brilliant young minds, to think of a way how to do that. Okay. Now, let's go to another industry, the aviation industry itself. I believe all of you know about Air Asia. Okay. And this is actually taken in November 2020. It's about the owner of Air Asia, Tony Fernandez, who actually came up with this gimmick of being a food delivery rider. Okay. Now, why he did that? Because actually, Air Asia, in order to survive, because no one can travel, the whole airport closed, all planes been grounded. So Air Asia actually faced financial problem. What they did was they relaunched their apps, okay, their Air Asia apps, and include food delivery. Okay. Now, the reason why they had to do so is, again, to adapt. If they don't do so, they will not be able to gain income to support those crews, okay, the Air Asia crews. Majority of those food deliveries are actually pilots who have been grounded, okay, by the pandemic itself. And they had the opportunity now to earn income by delivering food. And again, is it something new? It's never new. There's something which is already there. We had quite a number of apps which offer this food delivery service. It's just that Air Asia decided to jump into the bandwagon as well. Since they have the apps, okay, they just expanded. And they expanded it into 3 categories, either through travel, but which normally there's no traveling happen there. They have the e-commerce, which consists of the food business, and they talk about financial tech as well. So we can see how Air Asia also start to adopt and adapt. Okay. Now there's another industry which I'd like to bring focus on, which will be the traveling industry, the tourism part. Now, the travel agency in Malaysia, now this is taken from the newspaper again, the headline, talks about travel agency turning to selling fruits, food, okay, because of this so-called pandemic. Due to the lockdown, no one can travel out, their business affected. So if to them is that if I can't bring people out to visit Korea or Japan, why not I bring those countries to the people itself in Malaysia? And that's what they did. Now, there were actually quite a number of travel agencies in Malaysia actually collapsed due to this lockdown itself. But I'm giving here two examples. Okay, one is the Apple Vacation. It's a company named Apple Vacation. It doesn't nothing to do with Apple computers. Okay, but they are very famous for this tour to Japan, to South Korea, and to Australia. Okay, and what they did was that because they can't take people over there now, so they started importing premium fruits from Japan, Korea, and Australia. Besides that, they also look at gift, tidbits, okay, dried scallops from all these countries, and they brought in and to sell them to Malaysians. And apparently, they do make a lot of money out of it. Okay, and it's not cheap. Okay, one fruit, for example, like a pear, which from Korea will cost 200 to 300 ringgit Malaysia. Right now, if compared to a normal pear, which I would normally purchase at a supermarket, for 10 ringgit, I can get 5. Okay, but there are people in Malaysia willing to pay a premium price of 200 ringgit for just one pear. And that's how they make money out of it. Okay. Now, another company is known as the Papo. Okay. It's also a travel agency, which actually takes the people for their Hajj, okay, in Saudi Arabia. Now, again, they followed the same pattern. Instead of bringing people over to Arab, they start bringing Arab to Malaysia. Okay, that is by importing their dates, perfume, poultry, cakes, and they even start selling land. Okay, to survive. All right. So what we'll see here again is that industry starts to adapt to those changes itself in order to survive. Okay. Now, as I mentioned here, there are actually a total of 95 tourism industry in Malaysia itself had to close down because some of them do not react fast enough. Okay, when we see that sign, it's actually a time for us to react. And in this particular case, 95 of them failed to see that. Okay. So in conclusion, I would say that this pandemic is no longer a pandemic. It is already here with us. It's here to stay with us. I would say it's actually an endemic. We can't escape, right? We have vaccine, we say, but eventually the virus keeps on mutating, right? When we'll end, we do not know. But what we'll know is this. We know that companies would need to adopt and adapt to those changes around us in order to survive. We cannot let our guards down. Okay, not just the government, but also for industry, for individuals. Once we have this attitude of wait and see, we will eventually close down. Okay, that's the point. And that's what we can learn from this pandemic itself, right? So that's why it says here that if we are unable to act fast enough, we would eventually close down. So I put an example that there are 60 private higher education institutions in Malaysia itself had to close down in 2020 due to the financial issues that they face. This does not include those that had to close down in 2021 yet. Okay, reason is about adopting and adapting. I would leave the last slide here for all of us to take note of, and this is actually very close to my heart. Number one is that what are our roles as academics, as researchers, or even as scholars, okay, when we face this kind of situation? Okay, students are scholars. Okay, so what are actually our role, and how can our expertise be able to help the community, okay, to reduce this so-called burden? Think about it. We sometimes come up with a lot of papers, research papers, but will that actually be sufficient to help the community? Okay, think about how can this be used to help the community. Don't let your research just be on a piece of paper. That's my advice. Okay, go beyond it, practice it, right? Then the community will be able to say that there's actually, you will be able to actually close the gap between academic and the community. Right now, there's always this big gap between community and the academicians, because they always say that, okay, academicians only know how to make paper, okay, but how does this help us, right? And this is the time that we should actually use those ideas, those papers, those write-up that we've done, use them to help the community. My third question for all of us to think about is that what will be the best strategy for helping the community, not only in the short term, but also in the long term, in terms of sustainability. Okay. This year, I had the opportunity to be the director for the social business for India itself. And we actually organized our first international conference on social business. And I learned a lot of things here. I learned about how we had quite a number of companies, social entrepreneurs who actually came on board during this conference, who actually shared how they actually assist the community, not only in the short term, but also in the long term as well. Okay, it's about sustainability, and it means a lot. It means a lot for the society. Okay, so think about that. And finally, how will our assistance that we provide can be based on suitability and practicality? A lot of times that we do papers, we write papers and all, and it's a lot about theories. Okay, now we need to also go back, look at it. How do I make it suitable to the society, and how can it be practical to the society as well? Right. So these are questions that I do wish to throw to everyone here to think about, because we are all here as academicians, we are all here as researchers, right? We are all as scholars, right? I never call my students, I always call them scholars, right? It gives them the feeling that they play a very important role, right? You all do play an important role for the society, right? Not just for yourself, but for the society. So think about this, okay? How can you contribute to the society, okay? From what you have learned, okay? Make it practical for the society, right? As that, I'll come to the end of my presentation. And thank you once again for inviting me, and all the best for the conference. Thank you.
Your thoughts have enlightened our minds and have shown us a new path. My heartiest gratitude to Mr. Song for gracing the occasion and sharing his opinion today. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I'll be requesting Dr. Seema Unikrishnan and Dr. Jyoti Vidani to please hand over the token of appreciation for the keynote speaker as a certificate.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, sir, for accepting the invitation and being with us, bestowing us with your knowledge and a lot of learnings that we could have in this August gathered morning. And I again thank you wholeheartedly, representing Amity Business School, Mumbai, Amity University, Maharashtra, that your presence have really made a great impact on the entire event today that we are organizing. And we similarly look forward to have our associations in upcoming events. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you a lot. Thank you a lot.
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so you can be there in the further events, and Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot, sir.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to call upon Karishma Mathur to further continue with the conference panel discussion, Building a Self-Reliant Nation.
Thank you, Dechama. Warm welcome. Thank you so much, one and all present here, for investing your precious time with us in this most awaited event of the year of Amity Business School. My name is Karishma Mathur, and I am anchor for this panel discussion. Today, we have an amazing panel on building self-reliant nations, where we will be talking about the best innovative practices adopted to create self-reliant nations. Amid pandemic, we have evidenced a lot of novel practices adopted even in our nation. Great. Let's get started with the panel introductions. Our first panelist for the day is Dr. Jagdish Khatri. He is an ex-professor and director of business management and also is the chairholder of UNESCO Network Chair at Mansour University. He's a technocrat turned management thinker with around 45 years of experience at senior positions in corporate and academic circles. His maiden book, titled Discover Yourself, has been translated and published in 8 European languages. His qualifications include BE, MBA, and PhD. He's a regular visiting professor, trainer, and speaker at Lomonosov Moscow State University, Moscow. He's the founder and CEO of digital company Successful Management Worldwide Leadership, a digital platform for training and sharing of best practices. He's a consultant with Admis Consultancy, London, UK. He has addressed several international conferences on globalists, universal global values, BRICS Forum, and at forums organized by UNESCO and Russian Academy of Science. He has been recognized as a Global Goodwill Ambassador for his lifelong motivational education. He has also been chief guest at Rotary clubs at Lahore and Moscow. His papers have been translated and published in Russian and Swiss journals. He's also an editorial board member for a number of foreign journals. As a rare mark of respect for any teacher, Jagdish Khatri Student Forum was established in his honor by his students at Prayagraj, India in 2000. We warmly welcome you, sir, to this conference. Next up, we have Dr. Hannah Yakovenko, who is the Associate Dean of Internationalization and Business Development at Coventry University, London in UK, and previously has managed a multidisciplinary department of marketing, fashion, hospitality, and tourism. She has worked with a diverse range of international teaching and administration teams across Europe, Asia, and Africa, having expertise in transnational education, quality assurance processes, international business management, and knowledge sharing within and across professional communities. Her PhD in international knowledge transfer, supported by an extensive experience, had her overseeing cross-border, dual degrees, and international partnerships for nearly 2 decades. Dr. Hannah's research interests lie in the field of knowledge management and cross-cultural communications, where she particularly has been focusing on peer learning and professional development, internationalization of university curriculum, and program design. During the last 4 years, as a member of campus executive team, Dr. Hannah has been responsible for developing the strategy and leading the growth and sustainable development of international partnerships and business collaborations. She is supervising PhD researchers, is a practicing coach, holds CMI coach qualification, and senior fellowship of the HEA. We welcome you, ma'am, to this International Hybrid Conference. Our next panelist for the day is Dr. Shubhabroto Basu, who is a professor in strategic management at the Indian Institute of Management, Indore. Dr. Basu has completed civil engineering from IIEST Shibpur, has over 25 years of leadership experience in corporate, government, and academia. He is the founding chair of EPGP IIM Indore. His research interests involve environmental discontinuities and institutions in emerging markets and their adaptive strategies. He has over 25 publications in Journal of World Business, British Journal of Management, Journal of Business Research, International Business Review, and other peer-reviewed journals. We welcome you, sir, to this conference. Our next panelist for the event is Dr. Satyashib Das, who is currently working as Associate Professor in Strategic Management at the Indian Institute of Management, Raipur, where he teaches core, advanced, and executive management program. Dr. Das has a comprehensive background in entrepreneurship and venturing process, technology and innovation management, and growth strategy. He has received an MBA degree from Hult International Business School, US, MPhil and PhD in social science in development studies from Norwegian University of Science and Technology, Norway. He is a recipient of the Marie Curie Postdoctoral Fellowship for 2007 to 2010 and has worked with the National University of Ireland, Galway and Government of Ireland. In the early decade-long international consulting career, he has led more than 50 multidisciplinary teams to deliver complex time-bounding consulting projects for European Union member states, prominent development agencies, and private sector organizations. His clients include World Bank, Asian Development Bank, UNIDO, Government of India, Siemens Healthcare Diagnostics, The Telegraph, Volkswagen India, and Indian Oil. Dr. Das is associated with multiple medical service startups from the inception stage to the successful commercialization of the products. He has nearly 75 international publications in international journals, cases, and conferences. He teaches advanced competitive strategy, strategic execution and corporate infrastructuring, new venture creation, and digital strategy for business at IIM Raipur. We extend a very warm welcome to you, sir. Next, we have our moderator for the event, Dr. Bhavna Sharma. Dr. Sharma is the officiating director and HOI, Amity Business School, Amity University, Mumbai. She has completed specialization in marketing and entrepreneurship and is the EAC coordinator. She has over 17 years of experience. Dr. Sharma has been honored with President's Award for Rangers by Honorable Shri APJ Abdul Kalam Azad. She has also been honored with the Best Faculty Researcher Award by Management Domain at Amity University for 3 consecutive years. Dr. Sharma has also undergone trainings like Professional Sales Efficiency Program from Achieve Global Consultancy Services, New Delhi, Training Program for Autoimmune Disease Diagnostics from Biorad, Singapore, winning Strategic Product Management Training from Biorad, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Her publications are 24 in number, including both national and international. She has also authored a book, 9 case studies, and has 6 conference proceeding publications. We welcome you, ma'am. I would now like to call upon Dr. Bhavna Sharma to start with the panel discussion.
Thank you so much, Karishma. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Karishma, once again for a brief introduction and a very warm welcome and good morning, everyone. We are really honored to have you all today at this magnificent event of International Conference, Building a Self-Reliant India. Convergence of Innovative Practices 2021, organized by Amity Business School, Amity University, Mumbai. As we all know, the objective of today's event is to define the factors that can help a nation to be self-reliant. I'm delighted to introduce the theme of panel discussion to our esteemed guest and audience. It is building a self-reliant nation. So today we have a discussion on a very, very interesting matter, which include social factors, structural factors, and economical factors that possibly could play a vital role in building self-reliant nation. In this discussion, we will learn the perspective of eminent academicians and business leaders about their way of supporting nation's growth by moving ahead with the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, sir. The discussion will enable us to explore 5 eyes of this theme, that's to how to make India a self-reliant country by focusing on intent, inclusion, investment, infrastructure, and innovation. So we need to understand from our eminent panelists that what works well in a business decision process when we have an ultimate objective to support nation's growth. The discussion will surely empower all of us to know the mindset and practices of business leaders who had not only seen, had actually converted the crisis into opportunity. As I could see from the panelists, there are many who had supported these startups. There are many who had launched these startups amongst the four panelists. So we need to understand how they had converted the crisis into opportunity to make India a self-reliant country, a step forward. So in this discussion, I look forward to have a deliberation on the contemporary India's flagship program, that's Atmanirbhar Bharat. In the morning, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, has already talked on this Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, which is also being proposed as the National Development Agenda. So today, when we see Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, which has been implemented to create a balance between immediate relief measures and structural reforms in various sectors. So we would like to know the thoughts of panelists on the same. So with this, let me start by taking the opening remarks from our panel on the theme. So first, let me start with Professor Jagdish Khatri. Sir, can I have the opening remarks from you?
Namaskar, very good morning. Thank you very much for this invitation. It's my proud privilege to be sharing this panel with such eminent learned experts. The theme is really very important, but I would like to start with sharing my experience way back in 2007 while addressing a group of Rotary Club presidents at Lahore, Pakistan. The talk was on the impact of globalization. After the talk, audience raised a question that we both nations got independence on the same day. Why it is that the state of affairs is so different between India and Pakistan? And I replied, because we have been busy in nation building and self-reliance. So I think we need to take it like this, that it's a nation building, which is a continuous process. So my first remark would be that self-reliance or building self-reliant nation has been a continuous process since independence. We have built a lot of industrial infrastructure, heavy industry. We have built world-class institutions. We have built science and technology and space research institutions. So it should not be seen as a something which has just now started. So it's a continuous ongoing process. So that is my first remark as an opening. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much, Professor Khatri. As you had rightly said, it is the state of affairs. As we are having the different state of affairs, that's how we are doing the work differently. So in this courage, of course, what we all have is the most important of all of the virtues, because without courage, you can't practice any more virtues consistently. So with this, let me take up the opening remark from our Dr. Hannah Yakawenka. Over to you, ma'am, for your remarks, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me at this esteemed conference. And I have to apologize; it's very early in England, so thank you very much for making an appearance for me. I really enjoyed listening to the keynote speaker, because I think we all agree that pandemic has tested us to the limit. And the current global landscape has been impacted on a scale that could not have been anticipated. And I also agree that it is here, unfortunately, to stay. The coronavirus pandemic has posed significant challenges for all sectors, but for the sector of education, specifically, because a lot of learners across the globe had to move online, and still some of them continue to study in a hybrid mode. So pandemic has changed the way that education is delivered across the globe, and also indeed tested all of us who work in the education sector. Academic staff had to learn and apply very, very quickly new skills, and most of them have reacted significantly well. And they really, really incorporated those new techniques. They engaged with the learners and they brought them on board. Most in the audience would agree that teaching online and learning online is not easy at all. But I think what it shows that as public, as community, as educators, we've adjusted and we keep succeeding. So that will be the open remark. We're already showing that we're being resilient. Thank you.
Certainly, madam, you had rightly said, and I would agree to it, that self-reliance is not just the word, we have to do it in our deeds too. So thank you, Dr. Hannah, for your opening remarks. Next, I would like to take the opening remarks from Dr. Subrato Basu. Sir, please.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Sharma. And let me also thank Dr. Rakshit for giving me this opportunity to speak. Keeping or taking the point forward about pandemic affecting the deliverables in an academic setting, we had been doing a whole lot of PPTs and this and that. And as per my understanding, there was a little bit of a input which is supposed to be given from our side regarding nation building. So to that end, I made a small PPT, just to be in line with the current context of COVID. So if that's perfectly all right with you, I'll be sharing those things as both my opening, mid, as well as end remark. And you have to give me about 15 minutes. If that's fine with you, then without much ado, we can start.
In this, I'll take up the opinion of the panelist over here. Panelist, can we take up in the form of the PPT from Dr. Basu?
Okay.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So I'm just sharing this. Nice to see Shakti Subha there. Okay, so very small one, and caveat emptor. This may not always gel too well with some established notions, but please bear with me. We do have the luxury of academic freedom, right? So the first thing is the what's and the why of self-reliant India. And I'm using the context of India, but this is more or less applicable across all the nations of the globe, right? So what do we briefly understand as self-reliance? So India as a nation should be able to fulfill most of the needs and wants of most of its citizens. So that's what, in a very simple way, is self-reliance all about. But then the question is, why should we be hollering on self-reliance so often? Why? So India has a historical legacy and critical dependencies, and those dependencies are often on account of a colonial past, which led to a lack of focus, colonial past leading to rejection, and colonial past leading to denial of technology underdevelopment, and that led to an agro-based export-based economy prone to challenges from Ricardian competition, example from China, Vietnam, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, or even Kenya. So there were two exogenous factors, for example, the wars of 62 and 65, and the collapse of the USSR, which led to two crises, predominantly in the form of balance of payment crisis. One was in 1966, the other one was in 1991. So in 1966, we underwent a 57% devaluation. We, at that point in time, was tagged to the pound sterling, and pound sterling itself was tagged to the US dollar. So therefore, this 57% was vis-a-vis the US dollar. And then we had to force ourselves to seek food aid in the form of PL 480 from the United States. There was a long history about this problem. But then we also initiated, as a consequence of that, we also initiated the self-sufficiency drives, often in the form of green revolution, as well as white revolution. Green revolution was in terms of food, independence, and white revolution was in terms of milk. But then again, by 1991, because of the fall of Soviet Union or the USSR, we had a balance of payment crisis. We only had foreign exchange worth for about a week, and therefore we had to pledge our gold. And therefore, in India, normally we associate gold with goddess Lakshmi, or for that purpose, our own daughters. And therefore, that was an insult which was etched into our collective memory. And therefore, that was again some sort of a trigger which led us to do a phased sectoral as well as the deregulation and privatization drives. But then the question is, why are we talking about self-reliance now? Because now we have been able to integrate ourselves to the global economy, and we are one small village, large village, but anyway, it's an enclosed village. We trade with one another, but then it should not be speaking too much on self-reliance, right? Because it's assumed that we are self-reliant on some aspect, some other countries self-reliant on other aspect, and therefore we tend to trade across. And therefore, why now and what are the foci of self-reliance in India right now? So as Dr. Sharma in her opening address has said, there are the 5 proposed pillars of self-reliance. So the need for self-reliance comes from discontinuities in the environmental economic environment, partly from exogenous factors, partly from endogenous factors. Some of the exogenous factors are the Great Recession of 2008, then followed by the quantitative tapering in 2013, which led to a huge amount of crisis, interest rate crisis, so to say. Then ultra-nationalist governments from 2016 onwards. Then, of course, COVID-19 and the lockdown, which was started from 2020 onwards. And about the internal factors, we were talking about monetary and fiscal experiments, not very likely experiments. Example, the demonetization as well as the GST implementation within a very short period in time. Now, of course, the COVID lockdown and the restrictions, but with limited substances support in India, specifically from 2020 period. Then we have these stories about dollar and yen being printed. So there is a foreign exchange inflow into the country, and therefore RBI, to balance the inflow of foreign exchanges, printed rupee. And therefore we had a sort of a mini inflation, though we normally don't recognize that. But then there are also emerging threats, which is from the IT-induced, AI-induced employment disruption. Most of the jobs are becoming gig workers, in the domain of gig workers. So therefore, that's also a problematic thing. So these factors led to the current crisis of a stagflation. So stagflation is not only with India, but it's a global phenomenon. So most of the developed economies, for example, US, UK, Japan, part of EU also, we are all experiencing stagflation. Now, there is a need to kickstart the economy as a consequence of stagflation. So what do we need to do? So what has been suggested through this self-reliance drive are focused on these 5 elements. So there must be an economic activity, but that should be in quantum, not in increment. There should be focus on infrastructure. There should be focus on systems, technology-driven systems. There should be focus on demography. There should be demand-based growth, which harnesses the powers of the market. And this is the means that are to be adopted are intent, inclusion, investment, infrastructure, and innovation. Now, there is a point here. That point is, how do we link the direction with the intent, with the means? So if you want to make some sense from generic terms as well as the alliterations of 5 I's, this, in my limited opinion, is what's happening or what should be. So here is an intent. That intent should lead to innovation as well as investments. Now, these investments should be in the form of systems, so technology-based systems. And investments should be in infrastructure projects. Investments should be in the demography. So the demographic dividend should remain as a dividend and not a disaster. And the demographic investments should lead to inclusiveness. And inclusiveness per se should interact with demand. Systems-based technological processes should enhance demand, and infrastructure should also lead to enhanced demands. And not to forget mentioning that innovation should be also focused towards inclusiveness, the ones that C.K. Prahlad had been hollering on the bottom of the pyramid. Investments should also lead to demand. And all these things are within the purview of economy itself. So economy as a whole, so this is what it should lead to. But then there is a problem. While it looks good in paper, there are some missing links. For example, who will nurture the intent and take the initiative to invest and innovate? For example, if we say that's the large corporations, or as Tarun Khanna would call this as a business group. So will the business groups take the initiative? Answer is possibly no. Why should they do it? State-owned enterprises, the less we say, the better, perhaps, because Though we belong to a generation of state-owned enterprises, but now the resource allocation is to an extent which deters them from making significant and meaningful investments. So then who should take the initiative? Of course, as from the days of Peter Drucker, we know the initiative or the engines of the economy are taken up by the entrepreneurs. So we should be looking into entrepreneurs, small businesses, micro, small, and medium enterprises. However, the entrepreneurial growth and profitability, and please note we are talking about the pre-COVID era, the lockdown era, was heavily dependent upon non-market factors. Okay, and by non-market factors, we mean the socio-political as well as the bureaucratic nexus, which is at work. So this is a small study which we did. It just got published in British Journal of Management. So I was there. My colleague from Leeds University, Surendra Munjal, Professor Pawan Budhwar, Aston University, needs no introduction. And my student Mishra was there. So this is called entrepreneurial adaptation in emerging markets, strategic entrepreneurial choices, adaptive capabilities, and firm performances. So it's there in the net. So if you can access it, should it be of interest to you. But in a crux, it shows, these are the two models. It shows that the predominant investment which is earning or which is producing some performance-based outcomes, either in form of profitability or growth, is predominantly coming from these non-market related capabilities. And part of it is also coming from organizational capabilities. What is not producing results, so to say, but is consuming resource to some extent are technology. So therefore, innovation and market capabilities, therefore, inclusive demand, they are not playing any significant role in the adaptation process as well as in terms of kickstarting the economy. But this is a real cause of concern, because we are trying to project that innovation as well as market capabilities should lead to growth, should lead to kickstarting the economy. But this is a result which is a finding which is counterproductive, or it's proving something which is not as per our requirements. And therefore, we need to overcome this. And please note, this is pre-COVID. So what is happening post-COVID is something which we can only speculate, and we better don't even speculate because we are too afraid to even speculate. And please note, this is not an India phenomenon per se. It's a global phenomenon, all developed economies. So what do we think about the panacea for self-reliance? And this is the last slide in case you are already too much angry with me or unhappy with the presentation. This is a small panacea which I think may help, and this is something which we are also trying to develop. So we must think in terms of intent, because that's one of the most important alliteration. Starts with I, intent, right? So intent should be on the part of the government, but intent to redirect part of the education cess to encourage the engineering as well as the technological institutions like the IITs, NITs, IISERs, IISTs, etc., as well as the B schools and the management institutions like our own IIMs, the reputed private institutions. So they should be undertaking collaborative research, but not only collaborative research. Some of them are already doing it. In fact, the B schools associated with the IITs, they are doing it. So one of the reasons why they're also having large, significant improvement in their NIRF ranking, but nonetheless, we're talking about scaling up the collaborative research between the IITs, IIMs, and all the private institutions also of repute. So that's one part. Second one is scale up as well as scope up incubation centers. The IITs have incubation centers, so the IIMs also have incubation centers. In fact, IIM Ahmedabad had the first incubation centers amongst the, Bangalore had it, the NS Raghavan Center. But we need to also scale up and scope up. Even in Indore, we have an incubation center, but we don't have that scaling up and scoping up provision. We need to really focus on that. So if we do that, what will happen? So scaling up collaborative research has to be also democratized. So the research has to be democratized. There's an ardent need to strengthen Shodh Ganga project. So we know Shodh Ganga encapsulates all the PhDs as well as research work done in India. We need to actually broad base it. We need to make it available to everybody, not only in academia, but also in practice. So that will help us possibly. So therefore, if we can strengthen this, so that may help existing companies, the business groups, to really spin off some of their innovative projects. So that is where they can draw nourishment, they can draw inspiration, they can draw information technology and all these things. And in terms of the incubation centers, that can lead to creation of high-tech startups. And not only should the startups come into the process, it will also create in its turn their own satellite startups. These satellite startups may be existing companies which face the problem of COVID lockdown, but nonetheless, these things in turn will create an entrepreneurial ecosystem. And when the high-tech startups interact with the spin-offs from large corporations, if we allow the market dynamics to play out, then I believe truly that an entrepreneurial ecosystem may come into the picture, and that in turn will lead to sustained growth as well as self-reliance without harming the global interest, because this is something which is a positive, which this will create positive spin-off benefits, and it's a positive sum game rather than a zero-sum game. So that's about it.
Thank
I
you.
leave
Oh,
questioning
yeah.
to you.
Thank you, Dr. Basu, for sharing your thoughts. I should say that as per your thought sharing, so what you had given to us, if an opportunity make you best and challenges certainly make you better. So with this, let me now invite our next panelist to share his opening remarks. Dr. Satya Siva Das, sir, can I have the remarks from you?
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. Very good morning to all of you, Dr. Khetri, Dr. Hana in UK, Dr. Basu. I should say congratulations. A very, very interesting and very informative points you put forward. I am taking Professor Basu's points a little bit forward. I hope rest of your audience are students. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Yes, so good morning, students. So it is indeed always a pleasure to having so many students in the early morning. Still in their, opinion, it is early morning at 11. So it is very interesting to listen to Dr. Basu as well as the initial remark given by Dr. Khetri. So the definition of self-reliant itself is a contradictory term. That what he means by self-reliance. So in one sense, the progress required a tremendous amount of globalization, and at the same time, we also need something to establish inside, which gives us a kind of a competitive advantage over in certain sectors as well as compared to certain countries. So one critical aspect of self-reliance, as if you go to the Atmanirbhar Bharat website, it is not claiming it is a self-centered system. It is also associated with cooperation and global peace. That is one critical point I just want to bring here. And second point, as Professor Basu started, so I usually start the student, what make a country prosperous and rich compared to the others? Every country want to be prosperous. So if you bring all the factors that make a country prosperous and rich, and you bucket them, group them, we can group them into 3 different categories. One category is definitely play a very, very important role as well as explanatory factor is the quality of the institutions. Okay, and research suggests they perhaps explain up to 60 to 80% variability why a country is prosperous compared to the others. Second critical factor is definitely comes as a geographic difference. I know more and more we are doing research, so we have both positive and negative side of it. In one side, you can see Japan, Korea, Singapore like country who have geographically is not that well off, but still they are prosperous. And countries like Australia, Canada, which has abundant natural resources, and some of the Middle East countries. With geography make them slightly well off. So even the research shows those who have access to coastline, immediately they get 10% benefit to their GDP. So landlocked countries are not that prosperous compared to countries having coastline. And third critical factor is a belief system. I'm not referring here religion, but the overall cultural factor. Perhaps Dr. Hannah can tell about more about that. She has expertise in cross-cultural understanding. So country to country things, people's and their perceptions, their belief, their attitudes are different, and that makes also difference in their prosperities and value. So as you see here that a big chunk or a big size of differences come from the institutions and quality of the institution, whether it is a physical institutions, is it infrastructure, or what Professor Basu was referring as a non-market and organizational related infrastructure. They makes a huge difference between country to country. So our self-reliance is a pretty multi-dimensional structure. In one side of it is having a very conscious and responsible consumption, which our Honorable Prime Minister is very much focusing. And the very second element is also doing the innovation, both in the policy front, technology front, and institutional front, and improving the quality of the institutions and infrastructure. So, and as you say, it is a pretty big concept. So I will just, in this initial remark, bringing these two elements in front of the audience. Maybe as we go further, we'll discuss a little bit more detail.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Das, for sharing your views. With your views, I should say the only nation you are destined to become is the nation you decide to be. So I'll just summing up as per your opening remarks. Let me place my first question to Professor Jagdish Khatri. Khatri ji, we would like to know, will Atmanirbhar Bharat mission make India self-reliant?
Thank you, madam. Please pardon me for taking a little different line of thinking, because so far the self-reliant slogan has been taken mostly in the economic terms. But economy is only one little aspect of a nation. Because you see, this call was given mainly because of the pandemic effect that disrupted our supply chains, and also an impact of our strained relationship with China, which was a major supplier of inputs. But we have to see beyond manufacturing. You see, we need to take a holistic view of the term nation building and self-reliance. When we use the word self, we use it for in relation to an individual. A self is an individual, physical, intellectual, mental, emotional, and social and spiritual side, all clubbed together. But when we talk of, use the word self for the nation, so nation is an embodiment of all the individuals living within that geographical boundary. And that's true for any nation. And it includes all the aspirations of all the people living in them, howsoever different they may be in their caste, creed, race, or status. So we have to see that India can become self-reliant only when it utilizes its biggest asset, that is over 900 million people in working age population, with an average age having around 27 years only. We need to nurture them to their fullest potential by giving them enough opportunity to grow. And that will be our basis for becoming self-reliant in every field, not only in economy. Like, see, last week only, China has dictated to its Communist Party members to have 3 children. The USA, Japan, South Korea, China, they are all aging. And the space being vacated by them is being overtaken by smaller countries like Bangladesh, Vietnam, Mexico, Indonesia, etc. This is an opportunity for all of us only when we take demographic dividend of our population by giving them proper education, skill training, and developing them and giving them opportunity for gainful employment. So this is my view, that we need to take a holistic view of the term self-reliance. Gandhi ji used the word Swaraj for self-rule and self-reliance. And one of the main component of that Swaraj concept was political independence, economic freedom, as well as independence of the mind. And this is what is really self-reliant. For the nation to be self-reliant should be that without any interference, we are able to chart out our own path, our own destiny, without being dictated. And that is really self-reliance. With this independence of mind, Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore added the concept of humanism, where for values and dignity to a human being. And Dr. Ambedkar added self-respect to it. And only when we club all these three into our concept of self-reliance, we will be a self-reliant, dignified nation in the comity of nations all over. That is my humble view.
That's really great to hear about that. Let me now understand from Dr. Hannah. Madam, due to pandemic, there are several disruptions, what we had noticed in the supply chain. There were noticed owing to national and international lockdown, leading to supply side and demand side shrinking. My question to you is, ma'am, can you please tell us, in such a scenario, how can we arrest implication on poverty and inequality?
It's an excellent question. Thank you very much for this question. And I actually also want to say I totally agree with Dr. Jagdish. We cannot just focus on the economic elements, because I think, as I made my point in the opening speech, it all depends on us, on what we do, how we do it, and which actions do we take. A couple of other examples have also been given during these presentations already, that a lot of companies have taken very humble views of supporting those in need. And I think this is what a lot of people can actually take as well. So we all live in communities, and communities can be small or large, and then each of us can make a difference. And a difference can be small or large as well, as long as you're actually investing the effort into that. You know, charitable actions are in our heart. I come originally from Russia. I live in UK. So I think, you know, it doesn't matter where you live, as long as you live according to your values and principles. So, you know, even if you can support your neighbors, or if you can support people in need, this is what we do. And this is what universities have been paramount in doing. You know, you're having a lot of events to support those who either need coats, like there is a big event in London, always goes when it got colder. Everybody donates their old coats to those who live on the streets. Or if you need support, even people who don't send postcards, it's a very, very, very British tradition, send postcards on every Christmas. A lot of people chosen not to send postcards, but instead invest into charitable actions. So I believe we cannot wait for the government to invest and reinvest into the economy. We actually have to see what individual people and individual businesses can do. There is a big slogan in UK at the moment, support the local. So it also relies not only on people, but it relies on smaller businesses which operate in the high street. And this is how those good deeds start. Thank you.
Fantastic, ma'am. You had really said it the way how every Indian and every contributor is feeling at right now, that we have to take up and come up with the individual contribution. Now, to Dr. Subrata Basu, I would like to know, sir, creating a nation for a job creator, and not just for a job seeker, is a key. We all know that it's a key for self-reliance. What measures do you think, Dr. Basu, India or any other nation should take at a university level to align ourselves with this vision?
Madam, two things. First of all, my name is a little bit difficult to pronounce. You had been constantly calling my father, who is Subrata. My name is Shubhabrata.
Okay,
Doesn't matter.
I'll call it Dr. Basu. My apology for that.
That's perfectly fine. But that being said, let me try to understand the question. You are trying to say that we should be focusing more on employability rather than employment? Is that the question?
Yeah, the question, like, instead of being looking for a job creating has to be on a focus. So ultimately, if you have to align as in university, if you have to align to this goal for making it a self-reliant nation, how we should be doing that?
Yeah. So we had been debating this question quite a while, that whether the IIMs, as you know, part of our fame is also from the placements, which is where the students get job rather than, and therefore they become employable, they become employees rather than entrepreneurs, and therefore creators of jobs themselves. And therefore, whether we should make a quantum shift from the placement services or towards creating our those ecosystems or startups, ventures, those things. And there are two things. One, you will remain employable so long you keep generating ideas, meaningful ideas, innovative ideas, which has a commercial prospect. At the same time, they should also be backed by finances, the money which should also come in to support it. Trust me, specifically from many of our programs, we have those weekend executive programs, management programs, EMBAs, right? So they are people who have lots of experiences, about 5 to 10 years of experience, and then they really come up with some really good ventures. Now the question is, we could not support it beyond a point because of resource constraints, right? There are regulations which does not provide us, the institutes themselves, to keep funding such startups, which is completely different from that of the US model, whereas Stanford University is Stanford because they have created that ecosystem in place. So therefore, what we are doing is we are trying to tweak around, creating Section 25 or other companies in conjunction with our alumni base, and those are the alumni whom we are trying to pull together. We are asking them to become venture capitalists or angel investors because they also have certain degree of experiences in certain sectors from where these young entrepreneurs who want to have their own startups, they're trying to migrate or move. And then that creates a win-win situation whereby people, your seniors, your alumni, they can actually invest, they can act as a venture capitalist, come angel investors. So those are the things, those are the small initiatives which we are trying to look into. But the question is, it takes time. See, nothing happens too early or too quickly, because if something happens too quickly, by law of physics, the structural integrity gets compromised, and therefore you tend to burst off rather than grow. So there is a fine balance between something which bursts and something which incrementally grows. Signomy is a concept which grows incrementally, but at the same time that incrementality spreads across larger populations so that the overall effect is very large. So a shock therapy does not really work in an economy. This is something which we know to the best of our through several experiences. Now, therefore, the question is, should we, or what are the mechanisms that we should be looking into, to inculcate an entrepreneurial spirit in our system? So that's the to answer your question. My last slide, if you could recall, that's what is required, because in our institute, we are focusing, we are a management school of management, right? Institution of management. We really don't focus too much on the technology front. The IITs, on the other hand, they are completely committed to technology, and therefore there is a need to synergize between the IITs or the technological institutions and that of the management institutions. So when you have the market-oriented perspective being gelled together with the technology-oriented perspectives, then only innovation, not only at the product level or the process level, should come, but that also should lead to inculcation of a mentality of innovation, inculcation or development of entrepreneurship, as well as intrapreneurship within the organizations. I believe there is a need for this very critical handshake, and that should come through, if not explicit regulations, but from encouragements from the government. And that's what I stated as the intent. There should be a clear intent, and that intent should not be diluted in any form. An intent which is supported by finance is often non-dilutable because you are using public finance, right? Then that may actually help the system.
That's fantastic, Dr. Basu. It's right. So my takeaway with this is that we have to look for the incremental growth, but at the same time, we have to really adopt for the technology synergy. So my next question goes to Dr. Das. Dr. Das, for you, just want to understand, we all know that India enjoys the demographic dividend like no other country in the world. It is imperative that we imbibe the channelization of this youthful energy towards nation building. What approach would you advise to students to adopt for fostering startups? Dr. Das, am I audible to you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Am I audible now? Yes.
Yes.
Definitely pretty interesting question. So, yes, that is sure. We have a significant demographic dividends, and we have a pretty one of the youngest country in the planet. Okay, as Professor Khatri mentioned, average age is around 25 to 27 years old. So again, I'm just linking two elements here with what Professor Basu is mentioned. Our academic system is more or less designed in 50 years old system, and not much has changed. Although we have really matured, we have developed, improved the quality compared to what was there 30 years back. But there is a significant change is required in our academic system. Okay, so we initially basically focuses on developing managers who can manage the organizations. Then subsequently a little bit focuses more on entrepreneurial managers. Now most of the IIMs as well as best B schools is more focusing on changing their curriculum, somewhere a breeze between entrepreneurs and a very typical efficiency oriented manager, a entrepreneurial manager who can also what Professor Basu refer as entrepreneurs. Basically, they stay in the organization, but at the same time try to revive the system through innovations, or bringing entrepreneurial spirit, using less resources, developing, changing the processes as we are going to fourth industrial revolutions. Now we are going one step forward, inculcating a entrepreneurial mindset. Okay, and entrepreneurial mindset is a pretty large concept that required from very beginning, from parenting to critical thinking to go further, even developing your own entrepreneurial venture. So I personally believe that concept has to be first rooted in the family, then subsequently in the school system, and then in the end providing a very good ecosystem which can support entrepreneurship in this country. Okay, so I am also the head of corporate relation and placement for last 6 years, and when Professor Basu was mentioning, my rings are ringing all the time. So most of our students join here, hardly 2% is basically come for even an entrepreneurial course. So the very beginning, the focus remain that how to be get placed quickly and in a best company with a best salary. So for very beginning, my approach is to just to sensitize that learning is important, because majority of the entrepreneurs is come from in some point of their career by understanding how they can improve the system. It is not just they continue their career as a manager. Some point of time they leave. As somebody was introducing me, I looked at a pretty large incubation center in Ireland. It is specifically for medical device sector in Galway. So around 80% of the entrepreneurs there is basically come out from a particular organization in some point of time in their career. By observing, they can improve something. So entrepreneurship is not necessarily somebody start a business in the school or college, but they carry that spirit and entrepreneurial mindset. And that includes creative thinking, understanding your surrounding, creating a network to solve a particular problem, as well as some degree of ability to take risk. Okay, so with last 20 years of my involvement with entrepreneurship, I personally believe entrepreneurship is much more a psychological phenomena than a physical phenomena. Of course, without a physical policy infrastructure, you cannot support it. So government and society has to develop that thing, but it is much more a psychological phenomena. It is much more a personal phenomena. And that is being very much rooted in the family system, in the school system, and the very beginning, even in the entire social fabrics. So we have to think that thing that in that order, that from the very beginning, we can bring those psychological attributes into our children, so that we can grow and nurture this thing as they progress in their educations and professional career, and in some point of time they became entrepreneurs.
So, Dr. Das, I must say that how sweetly you had connected out all of the things, be it efficiency-oriented manager, be it entrepreneur, academic system, or coming up onto developing a social fabric, psychological attribute. I'm sure my students are keeping notes of each and every point this panel is giving to them. So glad to hear all that. So my next question goes to Professor Khatri. Sir, what should be the approach of a business leaders in leveraging these emerging digital technologies to create and promote startup ecosystem? So here I'm coming on to the next pillar, say talking and connecting out the digital technologies to the startup ecosystem. So would like to know more on this, your views, please.
Thank you, madam.
Yeah.
See, while establishing a UNESCO network chair at my university, in collaboration with Moscow State University, we inaugurated it with an international conference on 4 E's. And this was empowerment through education, ethics, and entrepreneurship. So 4 E's were empowerment, education, ethics, and entrepreneurship. And as Dr. Das has said, we need to, you see, make in India is another term being propagated now. So we need to make in India so many things. We need to make in India an ecosystem that fosters innovation and entrepreneurship. As Dr. Das said, the entrepreneurial mindset, and it's basically a psychological thing. And we need to empower our people to take risks. Unless risk taking is there, entrepreneurship mindset can't be there. We need to build their self-esteem, self-confidence also. We need to make them think big, dream big. And that is how this ecosystem will develop. It can't be only by governments. It has to be, education has to play an important role in building this ecosystem and the mindset. And we have to deviate from seeking jobs in multinationals to creating such ventures where we provide jobs to others. So we have to make in India a system that is functional. We have to make in India a democracy that really functions. We have to make in India a governance system that is efficient. And we have to make in India a curriculum, educational curriculum, that is constantly updating itself and keeps relevance to the modern times. So this is my view.
Thank you. So it is all about making the nation more efficient while utilizing all of the best of things we have with us on the platter. So Dr. Hannah, my next question goes to you. We'd like to know your perspective on bringing in AI, artificial intelligence curricula at school, and incubator and innovation cell at universities level. What do you think? Will it foster and accelerate the mission of being self-reliant?
An interesting question. Thank you for that. I actually will say that there is no one single answer to that question, however. because we usually tend to say, okay, that's going to be a solution to our problems. But I think what it can create, it can also create a risk, because then we will start relying on artificial intelligence instead of nurturing our self-reliance. So yes, I believe that we have to learn systems. I believe we have to learn the principles, but that kind of learning if anything, has to stimulate your own personal mind in order to improve the way you think, the way you operate, not instead of saying, okay, I'm not going to do all these things, somebody else is going to solve all my problems. So I think for me, yes, we need to understand the principles, and universities are perfect for that. And, there is a lot of emphasis is given on the AI, but I think people shouldn't then think that my job is over and I will have to do something else because AI is going to solve all my problems. So it's just a simple answer. I don't think it should be a solution to it all.
So you will agree that personal instincts are also there, which we have to take care of, not just AI.
Absolutely, absolutely. More than anything.
That's fantastic. So Dr. Basu, let me hear it now from you. India has over 715 districts, more than 4,000 cities, approximately 600,000 villages. Where should we start with the physical and digital infrastructure establishment? That would be quite interesting, and I'm sure my student would be waiting to know more on. With having such a diverse cities, districts, and more than 600,000 villages, we should be knowing that what should be our approach, being in system, in the, of course, being Indian also, that what is your take or your say that we should be starting up with a physical and digital infrastructure establishment with this kind of diversity?
Okay. Dr. Sharma, that's a very interesting question and a very difficult one also, because it's also very controversial. But even before I begin addressing your question, since Shotosh Shubha started introduced this term called entrepreneurial mindset, I would like to suggest, and if he is willing to do so, I'll be sending our paper, which I just the reference which I just stated, right, entrepreneurial adaptation. Yeah. And in that paper, we very strongly argued that the concept of entrepreneurial mindset, which to some extent depends upon the resources being made available to startups, that is not quite applicable in the Indian or the emerging market scenario, because we are resource constrained. We do have very apparently weak institutions, or the institutions that we speak about, the regulatory institutions, their reach is more or less localized to the cities, to the metros, and or to the tier 1, tier 2 cities, towns also, but to the villages, there are local institutions, but not the regulated institutions that we normally speak about. And therefore, what do we need? We need this concept of entrepreneurial adaptation, and etc. etc. That's fine. So there are two things in that concept of entrepreneurial adaptation which we spoke about. So we spoke about entrepreneurship. And I'll link back to the question which you raised. It's not that I'm digressing and therefore I'm answering something different. Okay.
I know.
So the things that we spoke about is there is a need, and we use the framework or the template used by Venkatraman, and we spoke about. So he used the framework of strategic orientation, and we adapted from there, and we looked into these three concepts, which was proactiveness, analysis, and futurity. Okay, so proactiveness, analysis, and futurity. Now, if you take these three concepts of proactiveness, analysis, and futurity, we need to see in using this template wherein lies the future so far as digitalization is concerned, so far as transactions over the net is concerned. And I think that was your basic question, that where should the focus be? Correct?
Yes.
Right. Now, if we look into the futurity, there is something which is very starkly happening. We derive pleasure by saying that we should be developing our villages. But what we find out, I mean, this is again based on a research which we are currently doing on COVID and its impact on a sub-regional basis. What we are seeing is there is a intra-nation migration which is happening from the more populated stretch, which is in the Indo-Gangetic plain as well as in the Brahmaputra Valley. So that's the population hub of India. And what we are saying is there is an increasing propensity of decrease in terms of the villages. So those 6 lakh villages or 600,000 villages, it's no longer the 600,000 villages, but the current figure is around 5.37 lakhs. So that there is a significant depopulation which has happened. And those people, they are migrating towards the southern states. And not only within the southern states, they're also migrating towards the cities of southern states. Now, if that is something which is actually happening, right, then to roll out services, digital services in the rural areas makes no economic sense.
Okay.
That's one thing. Second, if you look into, so that's from the perspective of futurity. Now, the analysis is there is a need, and India is a microcosm of the world itself, because we have, if I'm not wrong, some 543 local dialects, as well as there are 18 languages. So that's almost same as Europe itself, right? So then there is a need for mass customization of the templates, the infrastructure that we are talking about. So English is not known to everybody, or many of us are not well versed in English, especially the people from the rural areas. So to enable transactions, if you are to roll out services using the digital network, for example, banking, this thing, right? So then there must be some development in terms of those local languages. China has done that, right? So now they have got at least two such, within the Chinese dialect, they have those two broad variations which they are using, the Cantonese and the other one I forgot. So northern and the southern Chinese dialects. Now, things like coronavirus, which one of the primary impacts of coronavirus is social segregation. So you tend to segregate. You don't interact with your neighbors. You don't initiate physical transactions. So when such a thing is happening, electronic transaction is one outcome. I would say, despite all the bad things which were associated with demonetization, one good aspect was the development of the app-based financial transactions, and actually that saw a huge application and benefit during the lockdown periods. I forgot. I was discussing with my family, and we are saying that we forgot the last time we actually went to an ATM and then withdraw money. Everything is done over Paytms and other things, right? So this is an unintended outcome of a bad situation, right? So we have to look into those unintended outcomes, the so-called discontinuities, which leads to positive spin-offs. Now, those positive spin-offs are normally observed in population-rich areas, highly dense areas, which typically would mean the cities. So therefore, if you look into, or if you ask me where we should focus on in terms of starting our next ventures, our next interventions, I would say, following the old Macaulay system of trickling down theory, focus on the cities. The cities themselves are expanding, and as a consequence, you will find the impact actually. And unfortunately, India has a very well graded distribution of cities and towns, so that will actually happen. So two cities will actually capture the population of villages within. That's my limited understanding of situations, and
certainly you had managed it so well. So with the unintended and positive spin-off, let me relate out the same question in a way to Dr. Das. Dr. Das, let us know your views on managing the unsustainable urban migration, as Dr. Pasu has already touched base on that. So when we talk on unsustainable urban migration to the handful of these tier 1 cities, what should be the vision of the infrastructure development strategist? So let me hear out from the professor who is teaching strategies. So what should be the vision of the infrastructure development strategist in such a scenario?
Definitely another very interesting questions. I will definitely congratulate your team to have such a beautiful questions. Okay, although that is not my expertise, but I have my personal understanding of why it is happening. Why? First, the question is why there is urban migration. Okay, then is that really unsustainable or not? Okay, if the Western world has almost 80+% of populations in urban area, so will it be happen? If you look at, if we give a magic eye to everybody to see about the social dynamics, so you will say that there is always, something is going on in the system. People are moving, coming out. in the very beginning, you also asked a very interesting questions to Dr. Hana related to poverty. Okay, so why poverty exists and why that exists for such a long period of time despite of all these interventions, and why are not people are able to help themselves? Why you need a social system to help? These are very critical and very interesting questions. So first of the thing, people need to participate in the market in order to sustain their life. Okay, whether you are a barber or whether you are a professor or you are a doctor, you need a market where you need to participate so that you can earn your living. So either you have your own entitlement, that means you have your own education or something with you which has tradable in the market and you get money, or society provides some kind of support to you so that you can sustain. Like society also provides you free education, health, or any kind of ecosystem where you can sustain. So migration happened, as Professor Basu is also referring. Not every place has equal opportunities to participate. Okay, urban regions provide a better opportunities or better ecosystem so that you can earn your living. Okay, and if it is happening too much, definitely it will be unsustainable. And very no-brainer here, if you can provide a similar opportunity in some other places, people will definitely make a trade-off. Living a congested, pathetic life in Delhi suburb, or move to a smaller cities and have a decent life if equal opportunities exist. But that definitely required a huge investment. So it is not the investment just in terms of infrastructure. It is also a lot of policy innovation is required, so that what basically institutions do, they guide the people or guide those dynamics, so that dynamics will not just concentrate in certain cities or certain locations or certain sectors. Okay, so there are two elements to that. Definitely one is a softer element, which is basically the policy innovations, and a hard element, which is a physical and socio-economic infrastructure that is more or less distributed throughout the country. You cannot, I agree to Professor Basu, you cannot make the entire country homogeneous. Even US, even I live almost the most richest geographic differences is also exist. But if to some extent you can create a reasonable size of development, not just confined to metros regions, but also the tier 2 cities, then this unsustainableness will be go away. There will be migration and there will be depopulation of the rural area. Because the entire dynamics is changing, people are moving out of the agrarian society to more a service and production-based economy. So some degree of migration is the outcome of change in the entire ecosystem, as well as change in the entire infrastructure. But it is just about declutter it and not to confine those two only to the metros or big cities. So bottom line is just two elements. One is the hard element, developing our tier 2, tier 3 city, and they have that basic infrastructure and ecosystem, and definitely digital revolutions is creating that thing to a certain extent. And there is a softer aspect, which is mostly policy innovations, which support the ecosystem there.
Thank you. Certainly, Dr. Das, as you said, the reasonable size of development is the key for making up the balance, following it up with softer and the harder elements, what we have to touch on. So you had said that it is the socio-economic growth. So that as a mission, let me keep up this question as an open to anyone. Anyone can talk on it. I would want to know that when we talk on socio-economic growth with the mission of self-reliant India, some of the facts we have to see. And these facts are 22% of our population is still below poverty line. 44% of our economy is still agricultural based, and more 13% of women entrepreneurs. So if we talk on these diverse line of some of the facts what I presented today to the panel, in such a scenario, how should we encompass societal progress? That's what we all would be interested to know your views. We have to know on
I would like to add to it.
Yeah, please.
That you see, basic thing is, as you mentioned about poverty, I think more than COVID-19, poverty is the biggest pandemic that has been there since ages, and there is no vaccine developed to remove poverty, inequality, and discrimination. So we have to remove these opportunities for discriminating. Indira Gandhi used to say that education is a great unifier, and similarly now technology is also becoming a great unifier. So anyone having expertise in technology without caste, creed, or where from he comes, whether from a village or from a metro town, he or she has equal chances to rise. So we have to concentrate on developing leadership skills through education, so that and also the one thing that is harming in this socio-economic equality is the digital divide. The pandemic has hastened the process of digitalization, but you see, perhaps more than 50% of our population doesn't have access to digital infrastructure or skills or training on using digital modes. So that is one thing that is required. And I would like to mention there are 3 A's that we have to address with regard to digitalization: accessibility, affordability, and applicability. Accessibility of digitalization to each and every corner of our country, to various sections of society. Affordability, giving them subsidies or making it cost effective. And thirdly, applicability, designing our digital and software modules in a way that cater to the local demands. And with this only, perhaps we will take the full benefit of digitalization and new technical developments, and its benefits will percolate to the whole system. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Khatri, for your views. And discussion is going so interesting, but we have to mind off the time also. So before we call it a session off, I would like to keep up one more question open to all, as like how can we forget on and not touch base on the possible confusion which is coming in the existing system due to this announcement of private sector's participation. So would like to know, there had been a recent announcement, what we all know about the private sector participation for innovation. That has opened a flood of opportunities. Some will agree to it. That has even created a possible confusion. Many of us might agree to that as well. So in such an existing system, what should be the take of academicians and business leaders? This is also open to all.
If I might just add to this, because I truly believe that we cannot look at any part of the economic or educational system in isolation. I am a true believer in collaboration. So, and I believe in a democratic approach in order to actually sustain the resilience in the future. So every sector of the economy should participate in this development. And I also wanted to say that during the last decade, and specifically during the pandemic, it became very obvious that careers which people are taking are changing, and these careers are becoming much more flexible. So people are moving between the jobs, and they are more frequently and more readily. So I think there will be much more fluctuations between people going from the private sector to the government sector and the other way around. It is an employee-led market out there, and I think we have to accept that. Employers are currently seeking employees with global outlook, those who are flexible, culturally aware, who make things happen, and not only having ideas, but also implementing them into practice. So people who actually work in the business sector have this drive, have this desire to implement things, to take action, to take risk. And also, engaging with peers while taking the advantage of opportunities. So these collaboration elements are really, really important. So graduates of the universities are more than ever expected to add value and do it now. So whether they go into the government sector or the private sector, they are still expected to add value. So that entrepreneurial mindset and entrepreneurship approach to education, which I think all of the speakers here mentioned, has been growing and has been growing in UK in the recent years. And then it has been seen as a key route in enabling graduates to securing their future jobs, whether it's by starting their own business or applying their entrepreneurial skills to wider employment opportunities. So I actually believe those who worked in the private sector can bring a lot of innovations into other sectors of the economy. So the sustaining the engagement from the employees has called for a more systematic national effort. So here we have to bring it all together, and supported by the government to wider domestic agenda. So you all have to decide as a government, how are we going to work together? And it is a partnership with regional administrators, local government, as well as private sector and public itself. That's my strong belief. So the strategy's priority is to establish an inclusive approach to resilience, so that individuals, businesses, and organizations all play a part in building resilience across the nation. Thank you.
That's just superb, Dr. Hannah. That's wow. That's isolation is absolute no, and adding value and having growing are the key. What we have to look at when we are talking on privatizations here. So let me thank with this everyone. And before we call it off and give the session over to the students, I would like to touch base on certain points what we had discussed during the sessions. In this panel discussion, we had learned more on how to build a self-reliant nation. It is not just the imperative step towards building a robust economy. We have to look at it from the point of view of resilient infrastructure, bringing a bright future, what we have to take up, and we have to be ready to face any challenge as a society and as a nation. So we have to link up the word Atmanirbhar to self-reliance and self-sufficiency. So here we have to look at it from education, employability, employment, entrepreneurships are as an imperative in building self-reliant Atmanirbhar nation, and should be interwoven properly with the support of all of the pillars that have been given to us by our respected Prime Minister, sir, for Atmanirbhar Bharat. So in this, we have to be capitalizing on human assets of India, with economy occupying the pivotal position for taking the quantum leap forward. So with this, I would like to thank all, and really interesting, and we were enjoying it thoroughly. So my conference convener had given me the time. By 12:30, we have to sum it up. So exact at 12:30, we are summing up the panel discussion. So over to you, student.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It was indeed a very enriching session for us. I thank each panelist for sharing their inputs, thoughts, and perspectives on the topic building self-reliant India. I also thank our panelists for their availability and acceptance of invitation. Our event is graced by your valuable presence and inputs. Thanks to all again. Now I request Dr. Vineet Joshi and Dr. Jaimin Shah here to hand over token of appreciation as panelists and moderators.
Very good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank everyone present over here for such a wonderful discussion that I'm sure that will be definitely helpful to everyone who have attended this session. So here we give the certificate of honor in presented to Dr. Jagdish Khatri sir.
Thank you.
Certificate of honor is presented to Dr. Hana.
Thank you.
Certificate of honor is presented to Dr. Basu.
Thank you.
Certificate of honor is presented to Dr. Das.
Thank you very much.
And certificate of honor is presented to Dr. Bhavna Sharma.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to add up into it because I know with a lot of busy schedules that our Professor Jagdish Khatri sir is keeping. Even we have our Shubhabrata sir and we have our Das sir and even Hannah ma'am. And I really thank them for building up this association and making this 2 days international conference of Amity Business School, Mumbai, Amity University, reaching to the success, and all are evidencing that in the building of the success story, it is really playing a pioneer role. And I'm very happy and humbled that you all have been with me. And special thanks specifically to Dr. Hannah ma'am, because early morning 5:30 I made her wake up 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and then ma'am has to be with us. And the next time definitely ma'am, I will keep an arrangement that we are not troubling you in any way. And I'm really, but I'm really humbled that we all are on behalf of Amity that you have been with us, and our moderator, our director HOI, Dr. Bhavna Sharma ma'am, for putting up excellent question across the panelists. And that really enriches in multiple, and that adds up to the real mantra of the conference that we talking about building self-reliant India, or rather building self-reliant nation. Even in our guest talk, we had our Dr. Song Kutong from Malaysia. We had his how pandemic has impacted that. So we are actually getting into that international level. We have the presenters, we have the participants, and we are also having the keynote and the model, your panel discussion panelists. So we are really making it really to that level. And I thank wholeheartedly to each and everyone for being here and making this event to this grand success. And thank you all. Thank you all. Now over to the anchors.
Thank
you so much.
Dr. Hannah, just a special mention over here. I know yesterday Dr. Pushpendu has said it. It had been so early morning for you today. My gratitude, madam. And thank you, Dr. Basu. This time again, I'll try. It's a Subrata Basu. Otherwise, then I'll connect up later on. I'll try to really do it.
It's all right. It's all right. Don't worry. I keep making these jokes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Das. And thank you so much, Dr. Khatri, for your presence.
Thanks, Dr. Sharma.
Thank
and
you.
Dr. Rakshit.
Thank you for organizing a wonderful session. Thoroughly enjoyed the company of everybody.
Yes. Thank you.
Is there any chance to bring the previous slide on so I can take a screenshot of the panel shot? Is anybody can bring it back on the screen? That would be the one before. Yes, thank you.
I'll
just take a
tag
shot.
you, madam, with this on your LinkedIn. I'll take it up from
Thank you.
Dr. Pushpendu.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lovely seeing you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Good day.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, over to students team. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, I would now like to invite Shabin to proceed with the closure of forenoon session. Over to you, Shabin.
I'd like to begin by giving a huge round of applause to everyone who took part in making the launch of this conference a huge success. And I also would like to show my appreciation on behalf of Amity Business School, Amity University, Mumbai, Maharashtra, to everyone present here. I feel honored to be a part of such an important event. With this, we are at closure for the forenoon session, and I announce that the lunch break is from 1 to 1:45 IST, and we'll be resuming the conference at 1:45 IST with a keynote session followed by track 1, banking. Please follow the same meeting link and join back. And with that, I would like to invite Dr. Pushpendu Rakshit to take over.
Thank you, Shabin. And thank you for calling me out. And really, we had a very wonderful forenoon of the day 1 of our international conference. We had the inaugural ceremony, followed by His Excellency, our Chancellor Sir's message, followed by felicitation from our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir and Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Sir. Then we had the opening theme from our director HOI, Dr. Bhavna Sharma ma'am. With that, we went on for the launching of our ABS book, that is by Business Dynamics Amid Pandemic. Then followed by the release of ABS newsletter version 2 Business Quest. Equip the quiver with the theme of online and then online learning, and then followed by the launching of our conference proceeding for this building a self-reliant India convergence of innovative practices, awareness, strengths, challenges, and prospects. Then we went with the keynote session from guest of honor, Dr. Song Koo Thong from Malaysia, Chief Executive, INTI College, Nilai. And from there, we landed up with this excellent panel discussion where we had on chair Professor Jagdish Khatri, Dr. Shubhabrata Basu, Dr. Hannah Yakavenka, and Dr. Satyashiva Das, with moderator Dr. Bhavna Sharma ma'am. So with this, we are coming to the closure as all the informations are shared to you. We have the same link for our upcoming post-lunch session. And I also am happy that we are on time and we are all keeping the tracks well. And I hope the things have been going well. So I welcome all the students, all the faculty fraternity, guests of honors, dignitaries, participants, researchers, students, everyone, research scholars, to again join us back. Keep tuning, be here itself. Post lunch, we'll be having the login in as said, 1:45. We'll be again beginning up. 1:30 to 1:45, try to log in and be there. Then we'll be having the keynote session from Mohammad Rakibul Kabir, Associate Dean, School of Business Administration of East Delta University, Bangladesh. So we'll be having another international delegate coming up with his plenary session, and followed by track 1, 2, 3, banking, financial management, inclusivity in management. I welcome each one of you to join us back. Now we all can go for a small break. I thank each and every anchor for making this all the things going well. Thank you, Shabin. And now I welcome Dr. Samir Kulkarni sir, Senior Professor, Amity University, Amity Business School, Mumbai, to have his few words of wisdom on this forenoon session of Day 1 International Conference of ABS. Welcome you, sir.
Dr. Samir, if you could unmute your mic.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now
we can have it.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So it was very stunning discussion, and it was really enlightening. Like sometime, I felt that my students are getting, enlightened by the world's best economist, and our madam has, kept the ball rolling in such a manner that the best could contributed by the expertise available in the panel today. I must mention that, the 5E formula told by Dr. Khatri is really going to be very helpful to our student. Then 3 A's formula like accessibility, adaptability, applicability. And Madam Hannah has told like why the collaborative efforts are important. And she staunchly told that she believes in that thing. And that is something which is really appreciable. And I should tell my student that the law of physics told by Dr. Basu, like expansion, not in the way of busting, but incremental expansion, how it is important. And I'm quite sure that this type of thought process is going to inculcate a lot of new dimensions of thought process among our students. And we as a teacher will get definitely a new dimension in our teaching, as well as developing the new thought process among us. Thank you for all your efforts, panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we look forward to have the closure, and really it was really having good words from our Dr. Samir sir with his viewpoints on the panel and overall the beginning that we had for the event. So thank to each one of you, and see you all after the break. We shall be now beginning up with your next session that would be from 1:45. So I request everyone to just log in by 1:30, and the same link. We have to be in the same link, and then we can continue further. Thank you all. Thank you all for being the session and making the forenoon the best. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you all. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Has been ranked among the top 3% universities globally by QS and Times Higher Education, the world's leading university ranking organizations. It has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for the past 7 years. Amity has also set a new standard of academic excellence in India by becoming Asia's only not-for-profit university to be awarded US Regional Accreditation, as well as India's only university to be accredited by the UK's Quality Assurance Agency for Higher Education. The university is part of the not-for-profit Amity Education Group, established more than 2 decades ago. Today, the group is home to over 175,000 brilliant students, pursuing over 400 programs in 60 diverse disciplines across 9 universities and 26 schools. Amity Group's vision of establishing a global knowledge network has led to establishing international campuses in London, Singapore, Dubai, New York, San Francisco, Amsterdam, Abu Dhabi, Sharjah, Tashkent, Mauritius, Nairobi, and South Africa. Amity's strong focus on research and innovation has led to the filing of more than 1,200 patents, which, according to the Controller General of Patents in India, is the highest number of patents filed by any individual Indian university. Amity is also engaged in conducting more than 300 high-end government-funded as well as international research projects, including those funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, United States Agency for International Development, and the Leverhulme Trust UK. In the field of management, the university has developed more than 2,500 case studies in recent years that have been bought in 106 countries by over 2,300 leading institutions and organizations. The university has also pioneered the concept of industry-led institutions, where leading organizations such as the multinational conglomerate Tata, the UK's Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, and the Confederation of Indian Industry (CII) have set up institutions in partnership with Amity on campus. Attracting some of the most brilliant students, Amity has instituted India's largest private scholarship programs, benefiting over 25,000 students. These students are blazing a trail of success, having filed over 100 patents and published 1,500 Scopus indexed research papers. It has also awarded over 2,000 PhD fellowships to brilliant researchers to carry out path-breaking research in thrust areas that will impact the development of the country. The award-winning Innovation Incubator on campus has nurtured more than 100 companies and attracted investments of over $40 million. The campus also has many high-end research centers, including ones set up with Nobel laureates.
Amity University has been ranked among the top 3% universities globally by QS and Times Higher Education, the world's leading university ranking organizations. It has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for the past 7 years. Amity has also set a new standard of academic excellence in India by becoming Asia's only not-for-profit university to be awarded US Regional Accreditation, as well as India's only university to be accredited by the UK's Quality Assurance Agency for Higher Education. The university is part of the not-for-profit Amity Education Group, established more than 2 decades ago. Today, the group is home to over 175,000 brilliant students, pursuing over 400 programs in 60 diverse disciplines across 9 universities and 26 schools. Amity Group's vision of establishing a global knowledge network has led to establishing international campuses in London, Singapore, Dubai, New York, San Francisco, Amsterdam, Abu Dhabi, Sharjah, Tashkent, Mauritius, Nairobi, and South Africa. Amity's strong focus on research and innovation has led to the filing of more than 1,200 patents, which, according to the Controller General of Patents in India, is the highest number of patents filed by any individual Indian university. Amity is also engaged in conducting more than 300 high-end government-funded as well as international research projects, including those funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, United States Agency for International Development, and the Leverhulme Trust, UK. In the field of management, the university has developed more than 2,500 case studies in recent years that have been bought in 106 countries by over 2,300 leading institutions and organizations. The university has also pioneered the concept of industry-led institutions, where leading organizations such as the multinational conglomerate Tata, the UK's Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, and the Confederation of Indian Industry (CII) have set up institutions in partnership with Amity on campus. Attracting some of the most brilliant students, Amity has instituted India's largest private scholarship programs, benefiting over 25,000 students. These students are blazing a trail of success, having filed over 100 patents and published 1,500 Scopus indexed research papers. It has also awarded over 2,000 PhD fellowships to brilliant researchers to carry out path-breaking research in thrust areas that will impact the development of the country. The award-winning Innovation Incubator on campus has nurtured more than 100 companies and attracted investments of over $40 million. The campus also has many high-end research centers, including ones set up with Nobel laureates.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. We shall be starting in another 2 to 3 minutes. So I request to have all the students getting gathered. So requesting all the faculty fraternity and the CRs, respective of every batch, to just make sure that your friends are within in the session. And then we shall be starting in another 2 to 3 minutes. So I would be handing over after this again. I will be coming and handing over it to the anchor. So meanwhile, I request all to be here and our panelist is also within us. I mean, our plenary session keynote speaker is within us. So we'll be just beginning up in some time. So kindly do hold on for another 2 to 3 minutes. Yeah. Yeah. So very good afternoon to each one of you. Post lunch, we all have gathered again for second half of day one for our international hybrid conference on building a self-reliant India, convergence of innovative practices, awareness, trends, challenges, and prospects. After having a wonderful session for the forenoon, where we had a lot of inputs, knowledge-driven activities from our keynote speaker, Dr. Song from Malaysia, followed by the panelist, distinguished guest of honor of the day. And now we have come up to the second part of day one, where we'll be having paper presentations, followed by keynote speaking or plenary session from distinguished guest of honor who is within us from land of Bangladesh. Now I welcome all and request all to join. Over to Anchor for proceeding ahead. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. I would like to once again welcome one and all present here to this International Hybrid Conference for the post-lunch session. I would now like to invite with a warm welcome our honorable keynote speaker, Dr. Mohammad Raqibul Kabir. Dr. Kabir is currently leading the School of Business Administration of East Delta University, Bangladesh, as the Associate Dean. He is the chairperson of the Department of Public Leadership, Management and Governance, and Director of Center for Professional Development and Change of East Delta University. Before joining the university, Professor Kabir served International Islamic University, Chittagong as an associate professor and worked for Center for Research and Publication of International Islamic University, Chittagong as a research fellow. Dr. Kabir obtained BBA and MBA in AIS, MPhil in Financial Disclosures, and PhD in Management Accounting Practices in Manufacturing Industries of Bangladesh from University of Chittagong. He did his postdoctoral research on blockchain use behavior from University Malaysia, Perlis. Dr. Kabir completed MDP in Business Analytics from Indian Institute of Management, Kolkata. He has also completed LLB from University of Information Technology and Sciences. He is an advocate and a member of Chittagong Bar Association, Bangladesh. He is an executive member of Bangladesh Society for Private University Academics. He has more than 50 research papers in different peer-reviewed journals and is highly interested in education, accounting, finance, and business technology related research. We thank you so much, sir, for investing your valuable time with us. We are glad to blessed to have you among us. I request Dr. Kabir to enlighten us on the topic Innovation and Technology Convergence for Business. Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you very much. May I request you to allow me to present my screen?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir. Please, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I hope I'm audible and the screen is visible. Is it?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Please
sir.
proceed.
Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, everyone. And this is Mohammad Raqibul Kabir. I'm from Bangladesh. I'm a postdoctoral fellow of University Malaysia Perlis, and right now I'm serving East Delta University, Bangladesh, as an associate dean and professor of School of Business Administration. Well, I would like to welcome you all to the keynote session on convergence of business and technology. First, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me and giving me this platform to present something in front of you. Thank you very much. Well, technology is everywhere, and probably nowadays we are living with technology. And of course, the merger between technology and business revolution has created the biggest tsunami of the time, and it has every impact in our lives. And that is why we need to be very tactical while while dealing with this new trend of business and technology, and hence we need to be volatile and we need to take the challenges of uncertainties, complexities, and ambiguity. And you know how things are going on from Industrial Revolution 1.0 to today's world of Industrial Revolution 4.0. Let us see how the business world has been impacted over time through this technology. If you look at the Industrial Revolution so far from Industry 1.0 to Industry 4.0, you can easily understand how technology is playing an important role in the business world. As you know, in the 18th century, the first industrial revolution started, and it was based on the introduction of mechanical production, equipment driven, water pump and steam power, etc. You can see on the screen one of the important invention of technology, I mean, then technology was mechanical loom and such other equipment to be used in the industry. Then the second industrial revolution began, and division of labor and mass production had become the important part of this era. And then the third revolution, where infrastructural technology, IT technology, electronics have started to play a role in the industrialization and in the business world. And first programmable language, logic controller, etc. have been invented in this particular area to help and accelerate the business pace. And then the fourth industrial revolution, which is famously known as Industry 4.0, has arrived. And now we are dealing with this, and everything is based on information technology, cyber psychology, physical system, and so on. And you can understand with this passage of industrial revolution, the degree of complexity of technology has been increased with rapid pace. But see, probably the future is going to be more tech oriented. We have already seen the talk about metaverse and others, how the world is going to be a digital one, and how every sphere of business will be touched by this technology. And let us see a few information how people are getting more involved in technology, even the social world. See, the youth ages from 15 to 24 is the most connected age group worldwide, and 75%, 71% are online compared with 48% of the total population. So the children and the people aged between 15 to 24 are more tech savvy, and they are more interested in this particular technological world. And children and adolescents under 18 account for an estimated 3 times more internet uses than the adult. So you can understand the young people are much more engaged with this technology, and hence they need to be well equipped about how to deal with this technology and how to get the most benefit of the convergence between technology and business. But there is an opposite side. There is a challenge. The challenge is, you know, with this ultra tech savvy people, there is a challenge of autism in the world as well. So while you can see how the most tech oriented countries are much more prone to this autism of children. So what we need to do while we are designing our technology related issues, information technology, and aligning it with business, we need to take care of the right blend of time and others. And you see how disruptive technologies are getting the sphere of business. See, today's the largest taxi company, Uber, has no taxi of its own. Same goes for Airbnb, one of the largest accommodation provider of the world, though its business has been hampered seriously during this COVID, has no real estate of its own. Similarly, the phone companies, world's largest telephone service providers nowadays, do not have their own telecom infrastructure. And think about Alibaba, the world's biggest group, one of the valuable retailer, owns no inventory of its own. Same goes for Facebook, most popular media, but they do not have their own content. This goes for world's other powerful medium as well, who do not have their own activities, but through this technology, they are leading the business world. So this clearly shows how the business world is embracing technology, and or you can say how technology is getting every sphere of the business. So if you continue with this, probably the future is coming up with more activities. As you can see, the robots and human are going to work hand in hand in the business world in the near future, and probably the most of the area of the industry will be taken care of by these robots and artificial intelligence and machine learning ways. And the biggest question is, are the robots replacing human? Probably this is the question, but the thing is that yes, artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, etc. are taking a large space in the workplace and in the business, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the human being will become obsolete. The present job, 60% of the current job will be obsolete in the near future, the businesses and current job, but there is nothing to be worried about because new things will come and people will have much more option to work on those areas in terms of business and job, whatever we say. So mental health related issues, robotic antithesis, creative, high intelligence and innovative minds are required to become a fit in this modern era with technological advantages. To be honest, the power of human being is that probably computer through machine learning and artificial intelligence can do a lot. But the thing is that the human being have their emotional quotient and social quotient, which will make them separate. So we can say the next business world, the next world is neither belong to human being only, nor it is an absolute area of robots. Rather, it is the area for the best talent, which is the combination of this technology and human being. And these are the jobs which will be in high demand in the coming worlds as per the World Economic Forum as released in 2020. The world is going to observe the demand in the area of data analysis and data mining, artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data, digital marketing, and so on. And these are the 20 most important areas, as you can see, which will take place of the most of the current jobs and business in the present time. Now we will talk about two of the most interesting and buzzword in the modern days, mostly related in the business world. We will talk about blockchain and fintech, and we will see how these technologies are doing a lot of tasks for us that is making the business easier to do. And we will talk about blockchain first. Let us have some ideas about what is blockchain for better understanding of how it plays important role for business world. Okay, so what is blockchain? Simply speaking, blockchain is a distributed database where each participant has access to the entire database and its full history. The ledger is available to the members of the chain. Effectively, this ensures that all transactions are open to any user of the network. Every node of the ledger is represented by a unique alphanumeric address, granting every node the option of anonymity. Well, let me, for those who have not that much idea about blockchain, let me tell you what it is and how it is taking place the traditional way of doing business and transactions. Suppose we have some sort of business, someone in India, someone in Bangladesh, and someone in Canada, and we are in a business transaction. The thing is that we will create a blockchain among us where the transactions will be taken place and transactions will be recorded in ledger. Say the first place is Canada. So from Canada, a ledger will be created with a unique hashtag and the transactions from there will be written. So it will be visible for both the parties in India and Bangladesh. And then when the transaction part will be done in Indian counterpart or in Bangladesh, they will create their own ledger and all the ledgers will be connected, and hence there will be an ecosystem where the transactions can be visible to each and everyone. Most importantly, these transactions are immutable, about which we will talk in a while. Well, the idea of blockchain was initially came in 2008 by Satoshi Nakamoto through Bitcoin to achieve accountability, while public interest in financial services was at an all-time low. Later on, it is applied in different areas of business, including financial institutions. However, the real value of technology in business foremost realized when it is adopted at a wider level. And this blockchain has already been adopted and practiced. And you can see some notable transaction use case of this blockchain. In Sweden, land registration process have been made easier by this blockchain, and this replaced the traditional format of researching for deeds when you are going for a land registration. You know, in case of land registration in the formal traditional system, you need to look for many paperwork, and often we see there are cheating in the traditional system. The same land is being sold to many different people, but if we can utilize blockchain here, it will become easier to trace, and the transaction process will take much more less time, and it will be much more transparent. In Sweden, it is already been applied. In case of important valuable issues like replacement of birth, death certificate, driving license, social security card, etc., can be done through this blockchain. And you know, in Estonia, they are using blockchain for this. For transportation, like bill of lading, trekking, certification, etc., are done and well controlled by means of using blockchain in the business area. And Mars Shipping Line and IBM International Business Machine are the pioneer in using blockchain in transportation. In banking, document storage and such other activities, banking activities are nowadays being done through this blockchain to ensure more transparency and easy access. And you know, the UBS, Russian SBAR Bank, they are using this technology. And let me tell you something interesting. In Bangladesh, the Southeast Asian first ever supply chain based blockchain based supply chain financing is inaugurated in a couple of years back, and IPDC Finance, a particular financial company, has organized that. And in mobile banking sector, this is also working and playing an important role. Bangladesh has launched first ever mobile banking, blockchain based mobile banking called UPay in March 2021, and it is doing well. And in case of food distribution, Walmart is actually a pioneer. According to a research of Walmart, it has been seen that to identify the origin of a product, if some customers want to know, say, from where a particular mango has come, they have tried that manually. It takes around 6 to 7 minutes, 7 days to identify the origin and the full path from the plantation of this mango up to the slice they are selling into the superstore. But they implemented blockchain, and they have identified that it can be revealed in 1 minute if blockchain is utilized. So this is how actually blockchain is playing an important role in the business world. Let us have more idea about how blockchain works and why is it getting that much popularity in the recent time. As I told you, blockchain can be implemented for recording and concluding and conducting all sorts of transactions in all the area of business. And this is such a powerful tool of business because it has some great characteristics. The first thing is that blockchain is an immutable ledger. What is immutable? You see, we were talking about the land registration process in Sweden based on blockchain. You see what happens. Suppose
seeing some network error. Requesting IT team to kindly help.
Yeah, ma'am. I'm also getting in touch with the speaker, ma'am. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Ma'am, he's in a way to join. He got disconnected. He's just getting back.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pushpendu. We regret the inconvenience caused to the audience. Very soon we'll be restoring and fixing the problem.
Well, I'm extremely sorry that I got disconnected. Well, we were talking about technology and challenges of technology. Probably this is one of that. We are restricted by many phenomena which we cannot control. I'm extremely sorry that I got disconnected for some internet issues. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Well, we were talking about why it is so unique and why is it playing an important role in the business world. Actually, we were talking about the immutability, that no one can delete any of the ledger's transaction if he or she wants, because it is very difficult. Even as you can see, it is something like making a wall with brick. You cannot take a particular brick out of the wall, and even if you do this, somehow it will be visible to everyone that there is some sort of manipulation. The second thing is that it is a decentralized peer-to-peer network opposed to the central network where only the things can be done and the transactions can be seen through a third party who will control as the central body. But opposed to that, this is a peer-to-peer network where you can access your blockchain very easily, and this is an additional advantage. The third thing is that it is an encrypted process that ensures the security of your data, and then there is a consensus mechanism. What is consensus mechanism? You see, if some parties are involved in your business process and an additional ledger is need to be added with the existing chain, it requires the consensus of all the parties within the chain. And when all the parties give their consensus, the block is added with the chain, and then the real activities occur. I mean, it becomes a part of the chain, and the transactions of that particular block can be seen by everyone through this particular channel. And nowadays, it helps you to reduce huge paperwork, because though it is optional, there is a smart contract system. It means you don't need to go for too many pages of documentations and others. Rather, through a smart documentation process, the contract will be taken place and it will be secured to deal with. And as the time is limited, we will not talk much more about this particular issue, but believe it, the blockchain is a game changer, and probably within a very short period of time, we will see the application of blockchain in almost all the area of business, because it saves time, it saves money, at the same time it ensures you the best output and transparency. The other important thing nowadays we are talking about is the fintech, a buzzword in recent time, and it is something that is going to change the world, the financial market in a different way. And if you look at the evolution of this fintech industry, actually it is not something new. It has been being practiced over the period. And the first fintech idea you can see was initiated in 1860s, more specifically from 1866 to 1967 was the period of this fintech revolution. This is known as fintech 1.0, and it was developed. It was for the whole world and developed countries, and it was mainly about infrastructural issues. And then 1967 to 2008, the fintech revolution 2.0 has occurred, and once again it was a global and developed countries phenomena, and mainly internet and boom of internet, I would rather say, is the main issue of this particular area, and digitization has been taken place. And 2008 to the current time is the third phase of fintech, though this third phase is divided into two categories, fintech 3.0 and 3.5. Fintech 3.0 is mainly the part of the fintech industry where the industry is mainly developed and grown in the developed countries. And later on, it has been emerged as a new idea, and new fintech industry is gradually taking over the old fintech industry, and it is known as fintech 3.5. It means when the latest fintech issues have spread it over the third world countries and developing countries, it has become 3.5. And as you know, mobile, startup, new entrants, etc. are the buzzword in the present time, and especially the smartphone has revolutionized this financial sector, and it has a great impact, as you can see. As we discussed earlier, the period of 1866 to 1933 is the first stage of this, and the second stage, the most important thing in the second stage of fintech industry is the invention of automated teller machine ATM, which is originated in 1967 in Texas. And as you know, how important and interesting it was when the first ATM booth was launched in our respective countries. It was something like, oh my God, I don't need to wait for long queues and take my money from the bank, withdraw my money back from the bank and deposit the money into the bank. But probably it was not that much possible before 1967, when the first ever ATM machine was launched by Barclays. Then Swift, Nasdaq stock exchange, etc. All of these have started their operations digitally, and it was something we can see from this. Actually, the digital world has got new pace in its business. Then fintech 3.0, the most important things that facilitate this particular area of business, the growth of business, fintech business, is the launching of iPhone in 2007. Then in 2008, the Wealthfront is founded and provided automated investment services. In 2009, Bitcoin was launched. In 2009, as well as Kickstarter introduced a reward-based crowdfunding, another important and interesting area of finance and modern technology-based finance, crowdfunding, where the fund for business are raised through a crowdfunding platform. And at the early stage, crowdfunding was mainly some sorts of charity and such kind of works. But in 2019, when Kickstarter introduced a reward-based crowdfunding, it has opened a new era in the business, especially in the financing area. And in 2011, P2P money transfer, peer-to-peer money transfer services, TransferWise is created, which has given an additional pace. And after 2008, the game changer is 3.0 and 3.5 of fintech industry, and it has significantly reduced the operational cost of the industries, I mean the business. As you know, the IT and back and middle office people have, the number of those middle office people have been reduced significantly through this straightforward peer-to-peer customer and organizations activities. So the operational cost of the business world has been reduced significantly. And then the public perception, growing distrust of formal financial institutions. As you know, the people have become reluctant to deal with bank in many cases because of fraudulent practices and many scams and high classified loan throughout the world. And this particular fintech world can help this overcome through its transparency mechanism, as you have already seen in case of blockchain what happens. And then this smartphone technology, actually nowadays the penetration of smartphone has made it easier. Everyone has a phone, and the people who have never thought of getting the financial services are enjoying these financial services through mobile phone across the world, even in some underdeveloped and least developed countries. So as you can see, even in Kenya, the Vodafone has started M-Pesa, where the people have the access to financial activities. Okay, in 2010, Alibaba introduced loans to SMEs on its e-commerce platform. See how things are getting changed. In 2011, Lufax, an online internet finance marketplace, is created. In 2015, your country, India, announced the creation of 11 new payment banks. Example of this is FinoPayTech, and My Bank and WeBank, two new Chinese private banks, have been got their establishment with this concept of fintech and paperless banking. So this is a comparative look of how the traditional system works with too many layers in the organization, the financial and banking system, and how the fintech industry works. Probably the time is limited. I'm trying to conclude within 5 more minutes. Please allow me that. You see how this fintech promise is giving opportunities to both the clients, households, and business, as well as it is ensuring financial stability for the industry. Sorry. See, the households and business retailer get quick and greater access to the financial services and through this fintech industry, and it helps better connectivity, greater choice and options, faster services, more empowerment. I mean, nowadays the customers are more empowered. I can still remember when I wanted to open my first bank account, I had to do a lot of things. I had to take 2 introducers, and I have to connect them and bring them to the bank to introduce me into the bank so that I can get a bank account. And the process was long. There are KYC forms and too many things are there. But nowadays the customers are empowered. The bank are coming home in person, digitally. Nowadays you can open a bank account within 2 minutes, wherever you are. So this is how the customers are more empowered, and business has become easier to do with this modern technology. And even the customers can compare the price, and they have an option to find the best one. On the other hand, this fintech industry is providing financial stability as it ensures greater diversity. It improves the risk management through transparency and others. It reduces the transaction and operational cost significantly. It reduces the redundant works, and it ensures high productivity with greater capital efficiency. So these are the promises, but the big question, there are questions all around that is this a bubble that will burst in a short period of time? It's an some people are making a challenge that it's an overused buzzword. I mean, this technology-based business, fintech, blockchain, some people think these are the buzzwords. And some people also think about fintech that banks are too entrusted to be disrupted, difficult to disrupt. And $49.7 billion was invested globally on fintech in the last 5 years. And interestingly, if you look at the Google search engine in the past few years, in the last 5 years, the search of fintech has got a 1300% growth. You can understand how people are getting engaged and interested in this fintech. 1300% has been increased in Google search. But you know why some people are considering this a buzzword and a challenge of the traditional system? Because you see, a particular company income statement and income statement part, you see the revenue and turnover of the company. You can see it is about 9.7 million turnover, and the company, I mean, it is a fintech company, okay? Transfer Wide Limited, the company is, and it has a loss of about 11.4 million. But interestingly, it has got a market value of its asset, share price and others of 680 million pound, which is 70 times more than the turnover and revenue it generates. So you can understand how interested people are in this technology-based financing. But at the same time, people are conscious. I mean, some people, some critics of this fintech and technology-based industry, business industry, are making huge criticism that the banks, the financial institutions are not there to replace the traditional system with this fintech. But this is not the end. No matter how ready you are, you have to be ready with all of your activities, because in today's customers, they are much more empowered and they want mobility, personalization, customization, and accessibility. The old form of business, banking system, financial institutions will no more be able to provide you that 24/7 service to make sure you get your customized and personalized service, and to get the service in mobile, whenever, wherever form. So the customers will make sure you embrace this technology for your business. And most importantly, you can use this technology everywhere, in back office, middle office, or even in front office. You can see how operating expenses are squeezed by the use of technology in business. You can see in traditional system, the lending for traditional financing, you see there are many more things. You need to have some reserve requirement, you need branch infrastructure, you need customer acquisition, underwriting, origination, and servicing. Opposed to that, the present system reduces its cost from 7% to 2% of operations by means of this technology, where only customer acquisition, underwriting, origination, and servicing are required. And as we have seen earlier, the disruption in the modern disruptive technology, I mean the blockchain, ensures your transparency and ease of doing business. This distributed ledger system of blockchain is actually changing the whole way, and it's a game changer, as you can see how it is making an impact. Okay, so fintech is leading 5 unstoppable transformations. First, fintech startups are stepping in between banks and their customers. Second, robo-advisors are replacing human wealth advisor. You know, still people are used to get some advisory service for their wealth management, even for their investment in capital market and somewhere else. And these advisory services are going to be replaced by robo-advisory services. Fintech startups are distributing insurance plans without the use of agents. You see, Now you can compare and take an insurance policy without having an agent even. POS technology is going to be mobile. And as we alluded, blockchain is streamlining the processes throughout financial institutions. So blockchain is everywhere, and this fintech industry is playing a role in banking, payments, lending, wealth management, for insurance and others. Everything are being captured, and you can see how quickly the fintech industry is getting its place. And you see, for fund transfer and payment, 28% has already been acquired by this fintech industry. 24% of the banking industry have already been transformed based on technology activities. On an average, 23%. And in case of assets and wealth management firms activities, 22% have already been captured by this industry. I mean, tech-based fintech industry. And in case of insurance activities, 28%, 1% of traditional insurance activities have already been converted into fintech based. Okay, the important thing is that the fintech is the game changer and next mover, because fintech has some unique characteristics which are interestingly named as classic. C stand for customer centric. It means this technology based business platform is customer centric, and it is simple to use and easy to control. It is legacy free. I mean, the built-in system around it helps to go everything digital. It makes your asset light. It means in the traditional system where you need to have a lot of asset backing for loan and taking working capital for your business, but this fintech industry has made it easy through the reduction of assets need and scalability. You can scale it. I mean, it can be leveraged through partnership and other, and it will make your capital requirement lower. It's simple. Fundamentally, it is the simplest way to deal with, and customers, from the customer's perspective, the system is simple and easy to adopt. And it is an innovative disruption. So innovation across the spectrum has helped to come up with new business. Now, you know, nowadays there are a lot of tech-based business, and startups are the startup is one more buzzword. And in most of the cases, these startups are funded through this fintech industry. And your traditional compliance system has been reduced significantly, as you have seen through blockchain. You could reduce it a much. The last thing, probably my time is over. You see how the fintech industry is taking place, but the most important and interesting challenge is the regulatory framework. And the world community, the world's leader in every country, are actually working on this. It helps in payment, digital banking, investment, crowdfunding, P2P lending, blockchain, cryptocurrency, and insurance technology. All are the disruptive technology which are playing an important role through the convergence with the business. So the future is something different. Probably many of us still cannot imagine how the things are changing and what is waiting for us, even probably in the next decade. With all of this, I would like to thank you for your patience hearing. And yeah, if you have any question, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. I extend a really hearty vote of thanks to Dr. Kabir, who spared time from his busiest schedule to grace this occasion. Today, we had an opportunity to hear your thoughts, and this will surely be going to encourage us in our future events. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Rakshit to thank our keynote speaker, Dr. Mohammad Rakibul Kabir.
Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, sir. Again, this was indeed a very proud moment for us having you among us. And this concept of blockchain and fintech is really more than a buzzword that we could see in current scenario. where we look forward to have digitization or a revolution in all the way which is related to tech. So your inputs really would be helpful to the audience, to each one of you. And this really matters that we have highlighted a real aspect, which is talking about your, we say about your, the in real way as a factor when we talk about building a self-reliant nation. So we need to be technologically quite powerful potential, and your thought process have really have helped to highlight on those aspects. So thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for giving your timing and your convenience to be with us and accepting the invitation. This really is a moment of proud for us. And now I hand it over to my anchors again. Yeah, please, Karishma.
Thank you, sir.
Now I will be requesting Dr. Jyoti Vidhani and Dr. Prochit De here to hand over token of appreciation as keynote speaker. Thank you so much, sir, for your
presence. Yeah, thanks a lot, sir. And you can be with us if you are keeping free with other commitments. I really appreciate, and we look forward for such associations again in near future. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you being with us and blessing the event with your very humble words and enriching our knowledge basket. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All the very best for the conference.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to call upon Parthavi Singh and Dechama BS to proceed with track 1. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Karishma. We welcome you all again for track 1, banking. And we will be evidencing research papers, case studies presented by esteemed academicians, corporate delegates, research scholars, and students. As rightly said by Brett King, banking must work when and where you need it. The best advice and the best service in financial services happen in real time and is based on customer behavior using principles of big data, mobility, and gamification. Digitalization is changing how people interact and do business on a day-to-day basis. And advancement in banking technology are continuing to influence the future of financial services around the world. An increasing demand for a digital banking experience from millennials and Gen Zs is transforming how the entire banking industry operates. The banking industry in India is geared up for a transformational space with the implementation of advanced technologies such as applications of artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, and robotics. Introduction of cashless payment modules like RTGS, NEFT, NECS, UPI, and digital wallets also play an instrumental role in transforming the banking services in India. Now, I consider it a great honor to welcome our corporate expert, Dr. Rajesh Kumar Gupta. Dr. Gupta's qualifications are PhD in Management, MBA in Human Resource Management, MA in Public Administration, and Diploma in Electrical Engineering. Dr. Gupta has graced several positions in and as Deputy General Manager, IDBI Bank, Branch Manager, Dena Bank, now known as Bank of Baroda, Indian Air Force as Air Warrior Technical. He has been the visiting faculty at Bank's Zonal Training Center, and he has also been invited by various management institutes as a guest speaker. He has many publications and research papers published in his name. He has been part of many prestigious conferences and seminars, both nationally and internationally. We welcome you, sir. Next, I'm glad to invite our faculty delegate, Dr. Pramod Kumar Srivastav. He's a professor in the School of Business at Galgotia University, Greater Noida, UP. He has over 17 years of experience in academic and research. He's a passionate educator and a committed education administrator with leadership experience in institutions with diverse work culture and aspirations, such as academic management, designing and delivering lectures, curricular designing, writing research papers for international and national conferences and publications, writing educational study material for different management courses for different universities, designing, managing, and executing branding and promotion for academic organizations and corporate. Dr. Srivastava's qualifications are Master in Economics, MSc, MPhil, and PhD in Economics. His area of research is banking, consumer behavior, service sector, and he conducted a series of management development programs, seminars, conference, NGO fairs, workshop, counseling sessions, research works, and prepared reports on feasibility study on various organizations in India. We warmly welcome you, sir. Next, with equal pleasure, I invite another faculty delegate, Mr. Mujibur Rahman. Dr. Rahman is an experienced academician in business management with a rich industry experience. He has been teaching various management and marketing subjects to undergraduate and postgraduate students in leading B schools in Delhi NCR for over 15 years. He has conducted workshops and FDPs on research and digital marketing. He has published many research papers and articles in leading national and international journals. He also owns a blog and frequently writes articles on current scenarios and activities in the business world. His area of interest is strategic management, CRM, branding, retailing, and digital marketing. We welcome you, sir. It is my honor to invite our in-house faculty, Dr. Lata Shriram. Dr. Shriram is an associate professor and the coordinator for PhD, BOS, and IQAC. Her specialization in teaching is accounting and finance. Dr. Shriram's qualifications are MCom, MBA, ICWA, and PhD. She has been felicitated with a gold medal by the University of Madras. Her work experience includes 21 years in academics and 6 years in corporate, which makes a grand total of 27 glorious years of experience. She has 18 publications, including Scopus and ABDC Index publications. We warmly welcome you, ma'am. Now, I would like to hand it over to Dechamma for the announcement of rules, followed by inviting the research paper presenters. Over to you, Dechamma.
Thank you, Parthavi. The rules for the presentation are as follows. The presenters will have 10 minutes of presentation, followed by 4 minutes of question and answer. There are going to be 2 prompts during the presentation, one at the end of the 10th minute as a short warning bell, and the second one at the end of the 4th minute indicating the end of the presenting time. Presenters shall try to complete the presentation within the stipulated time frame. Now it's time to invite our presenters. Firstly, I invite Pawan Kumar and Dr. Bhavna Sharma, the author of the paper Impact of Digital First Strategy on Performance of Active Payments Bank in India. I request Pawan Kumar and Dr. Bhavna Sharma to please come on dais and present the research work.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So hi, good afternoon, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to present this paper. So I'm here to present a paper on performance of active payments bank in India, digital first strategy. I'm Pawan. I'm a research scholar with Amity Business School, Amity University, Maharashtra. So I, along with Dr. Bhavna Sharma ma'am, have prepared this research paper. So with regard to the overall presentation overview, we'll start with keywords, introduction, review, objectives, research methodology, analysis, learning outcome, scope for future research, and conclusion. Keywords primarily are the payments bank, universal banking coverage, digital banking strategy, innovative and smart banking, digital payment remittances. So the first set of, in fact, banking licenses, which actually gave rise to HDFC, ICICI or Axis Bank. That time, objective was to bring in the efficiency or customer service and competition, which actually gave rise to the new age private sector banks. Again, a newer set of banking licenses were given in the year 2015, wherein payments bank were created. And this particular paper basically talks about enabling maximum coverage by working towards formalizing banking by coming up with innovative models like payments bank to get unbanked demographics to bank territory, and how they are in the process of challenging traditional banks and creating new market segment. So when we talk about payments bank are specialized banks basically supporting coverage of 600,000 Indian villages through phygital model. So wherein they are actually appointing all the next door kirana wala travel recharge stores by actually converting them into a mini bank branch, and all the basic banking facilities like the opening of savings account, current account, the payment and remittances facilities, the distribution of third-party product, the utility bill payment support are being dealt through all these phygital outlets. So with regard to the research gap, basically the newer set of challenger banks were given licenses have come into existence where, and as far as payments bank is concerned, very limited research has been done, and there is very limited comprehensive study on digital first strategy as well, and the cross-selling of various product and services as part of digital strategy and product enhancement approach positioned by payments bank to address the banking requisite of BOP customers has helped in creating new segments of customers requires again a detailed study. With regard to the objective to analyze BOP business opportunity space covered by payments bank by adopting digital strategy, to find out the impact of digital innovation strategy deployed by payments bank, to identify the various digital opportunity space covered by payments bank. Talking about research methodology with respect to geographic scope, it's limited to the operations of 6 active payments bank in India. In fact, almost 11 payment bank came into existence at the time of licensing. Right now, only 6, and these are Airtel, India Post, Fino, Jio, Paytm, and NSDL. Time scope, it's limited to 4 years. Data, basically secondary data research taken from RBI website and database of Indian economy, and from annual report of all these payment banks. The required analysis has been done using easily understandable tables and graphs in order to point out the facts of the analysis. With respect to the approach, we have tried to do the analysis of product and services offered by payments bank as part of digital strategy, analysis on the number of touch points, that is the phygital points of select active payments bank, analysis on the average value of ATM or POS transactions, volumes and total value processed via payments bank as part of digital offering, and analysis on the digital remittances through payments bank. Overall, we have tried to analyze the overall digital performance as well as experimentation of payments bank by RBI, whether it's a success or a failure. As part of research finding, these are the important product and services offered by payments bank, namely savings, current account, debit card, wallet facility, payment solution, cash management services to all these corporates, assisted e-commerce model, insurance services, doorstep banking facility, BC credit, and deposits. What we find is that in terms of product and services cross-selling, Fino Payment Bank is the front runner, followed by Airtel Payment Bank. So with respect to the number of touch point of physical points, Airtel Payment Bank has got around 5 lakh odd of touch points and almost covering close to 4.5 lakh Indian villages. India Post Payment Bank, which is again, they have enabled almost 3.6 lakh post offices out of a total of 1.55 lakh. Talking about the structure of payments bank, they operate into a 3-tier model wherein retailers, on top of that, there are distributors, and then payments bank as a technology service provider. All these outlets are equipped with biometric devices along with the micro ATM as well as MPOS devices to help AEPS withdrawal remittances, Aadhaar Pay, the collections and cash collection services. The average value of ATM or POS transactions as part of the digital offering, it's clearly, when we analyzed, we found that Paytm Payment Bank is the front runner, followed by Fino and Airtel. In fact, as on March 20, around 40 crore Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Bank accounts along with debit card were opened, And because of low penetration of bank branches in rural India, even direct benefit transfer withdrawals was a cumbersome process. In fact, payments bank with requisite infrastructure, now they are supporting all these withdrawal services at the grassroots level. Talking about, we also did the analysis on various digital remittances mode, namely NEFT, RTGS, IMPS, UPI, e-wallet, micro ATM, and we found that UPI channel is the most preferred one, followed by IMPS, and almost all the, in terms of electronic credit transfers, they have actually taken a greater pie in terms of overall remittances offering. The implications of significant study on digital strategy along with other product cross-selling and emergence of payments bank as alternative to traditional banking approach will help all the stakeholders, and they are one of the convenient mode to transact and are increasingly becoming very popular given the adoption of digital technology due to young population demographic. As far as scope for future study is concerned, digital-only banks, as well as making sense of further differentiated banking licenses with respect to financial inclusion achievement. Limitations, it must be noted that the mentioned study are not entirely sufficient to determine whether the objectives have been met. Also, as far as data for March 18, March 19, March 20 pertain to 5, 7, and 6 payments bank respectively, hence data are not comparable. Also, the available data seems inadequate at product level across various variant details were not available to present analysis. Learning outcome, scaling of distribution and digital transaction is of utmost importance and reaching profitability again depends upon achieving higher number of accounts and driving digital transactions. And simultaneously, digital ecosystem transactions must scale up and multiple range of digital use cases must expand like merchant payment and salary disbursement, and also support the cash management system. To become profitable, payments bank will need to scale up profitable accounts and drive digital transactions. However, unlike traditional mobile fintech companies, it is unlikely that payments bank will be able to make money by remittances revenues alone, and without diversified revenues or cross-selling into the credit, insurance, investment, fee income, assisted e-commerce partnership, the road to profitability will be very difficult. The purpose of this paper was to explore the growth of the digital banking sector in India with specific reference to payments bank. The final analysis shows that banking sector has expanded significantly in terms of coverage and reach, and technological developments and ease of convenience overall have increased. And cross-selling of other financial services, overall opportunity available to make a profitable business venture, concentrating BOP customers needed detailed study. That's where payment bank has come into the picture, and they also require high initial cost to set up infrastructure, but with innovative offerings, they are on the verge of break-even. There is a paucity of studies on challenger banks or payments bank in the Indian context, and barring a few, most published literature was focused on understanding the traditional banking model without much focus on digital strategy deployed by financial institutions. Past researchers have proposed that various advanced information technology models established in economically developed countries may not be appropriate for lower developed countries. In fact, that's why research focus is required on studying the impact of digital strategy on performance of payments bank in India, thereby working on model suitability. Also, its role as a facilitator for formal rural banking coverage has been appreciated by the RBI through a strong correlation between the payments bank offering and universal and formal banking coverage. Thanks.
Yeah, now open to the chairs if they have there some observation sometime they can just have it. So we request the corporate delegate, faculty delegate, if they have any observation, they can quickly put it to the researcher so that we can move to the next presentation. And simultaneously also I request.
Hello.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, Mr. Pawan Kumar.
Yes, sir.
You imposed two things. First one is the digital first strategy, and second thing is active payment bank. So how you justify these two things, and there is correlation in between it?
As I mentioned, the payments bank licenses, when it was given,
first listen what I am asking. First, you mentioned digital first strategy, this thing, and second thing is active payment bank. I know payment bank, but what means active payment bank? So first you justify these two things and then correlate these things.
Okay, so with respect to the active payments bank, sir, I have only taken the payments bank which are right now into activity or into existence. I mean, although 11 payments bank were there in existence, but I have not taken data for all 11. I have only taken data for the payments bank which are into operations currently. With respect to the second part,
Pawan, on which basis you decided these 6 banks are active payment banks?
so the rest of the the rest of the 5 payments bank have already surrendered back their licenses. They have ceased to operate.
So just they are surrendered, so they are not in the business. But if I am mentioning active, so means if there have any significance approaches regarding the payment, or they are more active, or they are more convenient than other, then we use active. If there are certain thing in the market and 5 thing is not working, so we cannot use that thing is we cannot mention their names, or there is no significance because they are not in the market. So first the thing is that just I am giving you the inputs. So if you are using active payment bank, first thing is that, so how you signify this word active. And second thing is that just I am just giving you the input. If you are introducing any word in your title, so you have to justify that thing.
No, sir.
So on which basis you have used the active word for the payment bank? And second thing is a digital first strategy. Why use digital first? We can use digital strategy, but what there is need to use first? Digital first strategy. Yes, Pawan.
So ultimately, the differentiation that has been created by payments bank is, in fact, they are operating on an asset light model, and they are converting all these next door kirana walas by introducing the banking platform and providing them with all the necessary digital technological instrument or a platform which will help them.
From your viewpoint, only few are using digital strategy, others are not using. If I am talking about the payment gateway, everyone is using digital strategy. So 2 things you have to rectify or justify. First one is the digital first strategy, and second one is the active payment bank. If you are not able to justify, just eliminate the things from your title. And second thing is that give me a certain correlation between digital strategy and payment bank.
So payments bank, ultimately they are operating on a asset light model. As I said, they have got a phygital, I mean, they are operating on a phygital model, and all the offerings with regard to the banking services, majority of the transactions are being led through the digital mode only. I mean, the example being the Paytm payments bank.
This is not a good logic, because when we are talking about the payment banking, everyone is using digital strategy. So here, if I am using the word, and that is the buzzword, the digital strategy, so there is any differentiation. Certain is not using this particular banks are just using digital strategy.
Yes,
that
sir.
it is okay.
Okay.
But
So let me tell
this
you,
time every payment.
Yes,
Listen, Pawan.
So let me tell you the strategy, sir. So let me tell you the differentiation that.
No, so just I'm asking what kind of their strategies different from others. Just I'm asking this point.
Great. So with regard to the payment banks, sir, they are present in 5.5 lakh villages. Traditional bank like State Bank of India have got only 22,000 branches. They are not even covering 5% of the Indian.
Mr. Pawan, here in your research paper, you are not comparing with the traditional banking system, just you are comparing with the payment banking system. And when you are comparing with the payment banking system, everyone is doing their digital activity. So just you have to mention which bank is more prominent in doing the strategy, or they have a very good strategy than other. Just you have to compare in your paper, because you are not comparing with the traditional banking system and the payment gateway system in your research paper. If I am right?
Yes, sir. You are right.
Okay?
You are absolutely right.
Yes. So if you are just using payment banking system or digital platform, because everyone is using gateway. If you are using your payment for the digital gateway, means everyone is using digital activity or everyone is digital. So you have to just compare so which digital strategy is better than the others digital strategy, or on the future basis, which digital strategy is much more futuristic than the others. If you are doing these things in your research, so you have to input and justify, because if you are not justifying with your title, that will be not okay for your paper. Yes, Pawan?
Yes, sir. So I have tried to include the various digital modes that is prevalent.
Yes.
I mean, National Payments Corporation of India has already come up with the various payment mode, namely UPI, IMPS, NEFT, RTGS, and agreed that all the banks, all the fintech, all the available financial institutions are using that. But how payments bank are able to actually create differentiation is that
that is the main thing.
Yes, their target segment is rural India. Rural India still, as far as banking part is concerned, banking is a matter of trust. They also want to have touch and feel banking. That's where payment bank is able to actually create a physical.
But Pawan, digital activity in banking system. So rural and urban is no matter. Matter is the internet inability and education system. Rural and urban is no matter for digital transaction. Matter is that inability of internet, and second one is the using of internet. Even some urban people is not enable of internet or not able to use internet activity. So here urban and rural is not a good thing to mention in payment gateway system. If you are comparing with the traditional banking, then it is okay, because things are changing. So we have to
I think
go through that change.
So when I started my research paper, I actually gave a reference to RBI licensing norms. Why RBI gave a license? Why payments bank were created?
Excuse me,
payments
sir.
bank were
sorry to
interrupt,
yeah, Pramodji, we can definitely have this, we definitely will try to make an understanding with Pawanji, and we will take it ahead. Sorry to interrupt and bother. Don't mind me. We just need to keep the time limit, and we have to go ahead.
Thanks for the input, sir.
It will be taken in care of. We'll definitely assimilate.
Thank you, Pawan.
Yeah,
thank you.
We will
Thank you, sir.
we will get in corrected. And
No problem.
anything from Rajesh, anything from your side, if you have to add, or we can go for the next one.
Next one.
Okay. Dr. Rajesh, anything you want to add up? Okay. He's not. Okay. Yeah, we can go to the next one then. Parthavi.
Thank you so much, sir. A small announcement: juries can use the evaluation sheet that has been mailed for the evaluation process. I invite Manu Sharma, the author of the paper, A Study of Banking Sector and the Stock Market's Position During COVID-19. I request Manu Sharma to please come on dais and present the research work.
Have you contacted him? I guess he should be there then.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Manu Sharma, you can please present your research work.
No problem. We shall go for the next one, and I think meanwhile we can have connect created to the Manu Sharma. Yeah, please move ahead.
Yes, sir. Now I invite Dr. Deepali, Dr. Priya, Mr. Sahil, and Shashwat, the author of the paper Technological Advances of the Banking Industry, an empirical examination of Indian banks. I request all of them to please come on dais and present the research paper.
I have just spoken to Manu Sharma ma'am. She'll be joining in few minutes.
Okay. Then we shall go with the next. Then meanwhile, I think we are having Dipali Garg. Are they there? Just connect them. We shall go with the, I think with Siddharth. If he's there, we can move ahead. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Now I invite Siddharth Selvam, the author of the paper, Banking for Entrepreneurial Development, a case study. I request Siddharth to please come on dais and present the research work.
Okay.
We also request the juries to refer the mail and have filling up the evaluation sheet for the presenters who are present. Thank you.
So shall I continue?
Yes, Siddharth, you can.
Okay. So, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to all the faculties. So today I'll be speaking about my topic, which is banking for entrepreneurial development. Okay. So moving on to the introduction part. Entrepreneurship has been one of the most popular subjects that have aroused the interest of students and young entrepreneurship in large measure. The importance of subjects is magnified manifold in today's economic climate. Entrepreneurship introduces a critical element of dynamism to an economic system. The issue of getting finances for the small businesses and entrepreneurs is always seen in debate and remain unsolved in many countries due to unavailability of qualified venture capitalists. The developing and emerging economies set the microfinance banks for this purpose. However, it is argued that the owner and entrepreneur faces many problems like collaterals, documentation, etc. Even banks have problems while granting loan and recovering loan. So the study is conducted to know the problems faced by both banks and borrowers, namely entrepreneurs. The movement of entrepreneurship growth in the past few decades has gone a long way in India. Both government and various manufacturing endorsement and support institutions are making considerable efforts to facilitate the process of emergence of new entrepreneurs for setting up enterprises in small scale sector. These efforts concern making good-looking schemes for availability of finance and various other assistances, including technical know-how, training, etc. It is believed that these labors have made a favorable coalition on the growth of the enterprises in the state. There are nowadays a larger number of financial institutions like Industrial Development Bank of India, IDBI, Small Industry Development Bank, SIDBI, and various commercial banks provides financing needs of entrepreneurs. The present paper in this regard is an attempt to examine the financial problems of entrepreneurs and the role of financial institutions in promoting entrepreneurship in India. India is an entrepreneurial country, but its entrepreneurs have had to struggle to create and grow their commerce ventures. Obtaining financing for a business can be very difficult, especially when first starting out. Banks are reluctant to lend money to new businesses, and potential investors may steer clear of budding entrepreneurs with little or no prior business experience. Most of the entrepreneurs fail to get outside funds due to absence of tangible security and credit in the market. The procedure to avail loan facility is time consuming. That its delay often disappoints the entrepreneurs. Lack of money available to entrepreneurs is one of the biggest problems, which entrepreneurs bearing nowadays, especially due to universal recession. Main difficulties faced by entrepreneurs include lack of finance to start business, reduced profits due to rivalry, pricing of goods and services. Financial statements are difficult to be maintained by the entrepreneur, stringent tax laws, lack of guarantee for the raise-up of loans, difficulty in raising capital through equity, dependence on small money lenders for loans for which they charge discriminating interest rates and huge rent and property cost. These all problems create a difficulty in raising money through loans. So the administration is providing subsidies to entrepreneurs, but due to high cost of finance, the subsidies are not giving fruitful results. The government has various institutions for this purpose, but the results are not up to the level expected. The Industrial Finance Corporation of India, IFCI, Industrial Development Bank of India, Industrial Credit and Investment Corporation of India, ICICI, Small Scale Industry Development Bank of India, SIDBI, are some of the national level SFC institutions that are helping out Indian entrepreneurs. Some state level institutions are also working like a State Financial Corporation and State Industrial Development Corporation, SIDC. These institutions are providing assistance for setting up of new ventures and side by side for modernization and expansion of existing ones. But the terms and circumstances are very severe to be handled. Various schemes like composite loan scheme, tiny unit scheme for technical entrepreneurs, etc., had in progress, but they are unable to meet the hope of the entrepreneur. Raising funds, so equity is little bit difficult for entrepreneurs because of lack of financial knowledge, and also the monetary corpus is also low. So loans are the main source of finance for them, which proved to be a most obstacle in developing entrepreneurship. Finance is one of the essential supplies of an enterprise. Without sufficient funds, no business can be developed. In India, central and state governments are promoting a number of financial institutions to bring in the industrial development in the state. A number of hold-up institutions set up by the central and state governments help the entrepreneurial activities in various ways. Activities cover a wide range of services, namely financing, technological guidance, equipment support, training, marketing, and providing subsidy and grants. Financial institutions perform a wide variety of promotional behavior for new entrepreneurs, consultancy services for small and medium enterprises, and programs designed for accredited voluntary agencies for the financial upliftment of the needy. This include entrepreneurship development and self-employment. The main function of financial institutions to provide mainly the term loan assistance to small and medium scale industries for acquiring fixed assets like land, building, place and machinery. Loans are also extended for expansion, diversification, technology development, expansion of the business. Now, going further towards the objectives. The objectives are to know the role of the banks in the development of entrepreneurship, to know the problems faced by entrepreneurs in borrowing loans, to know the problems faced by the banks granting and recovery of loans. Then we'll be going to the learning outcome. Entrepreneurship is getting importance as the current economic situation demands job providers to have a dominant role in the nation's economy. As India is struggling to provide job and income security to its citizens, entrepreneurship provides significant role in the global as well as domestic economy by industrializing rural and backward areas as a supplier of input to large industries, creating employment opportunities. This key driver which transforms agriculture-based economy to industry-based, which makes it even more important for India. As its percentage of population resides in rural areas which is devoid of the basic amenities, forcing people to migrate from rural areas to urban areas. It is argued by economists that foreign investment, economic development, and financial development have catalyzing effect in promoting entrepreneurship. As per findings, average investment in MSME is impacted by financial development. This could be of two reasons. First, every entrepreneur wants to expand its business, so transform it to the public limited company and raise capital from market, which will also reduce the risk on the owner. Second is that since MSME contributes to the input of large industries, the growth stimulates growth of the MSME. In short, the short run investment is positively influenced by economic development and financial development. The positive economic and financial environment created motivates entrepreneurial activity to gain from this development. Entrepreneurship is an important area of focus for India to provide citizens income and job security. To promote it, nation has several programs like PMGSY, entrepreneurship promoting agency like SIDBI, IDBI, etc. But it has failed to deliver, unlike other emerging economies like China, Morocco, etc. The business environment should be made conducive to entrepreneurship policies. Have to be drafted which attracts foreign investments, promote economic and financial investment. Thank you.
Siddharth, are you listening me?
Yes, sir.
Siddharth, in your presentation, you just give a generic information. So what a specific thing or your outcome in this presentation or in this paper? Yes, Siddharth.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What a
Actually,
specific thing? Because every slide you just give a generic information. So what a specific thing you introduce in this article or research paper? Is it article or research paper?
It is an article.
The article. So what specific thing you introduce? Because everything every slide, there is just generic information available in it.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Siddharth.
Actually, entrepreneurs need loans on reasonable interest in order to generate capital to start the venture or enterprise.
These all things are generic things, Siddharth. It is available in every domain. If you are talking about the entrepreneurship and the role of the banking, it's available in every domain. So what specific thing or what is your contribution in this article?
So since banks are professional and specialized status, they are in a strong position to advise entrepreneurs on sustainable lines of investment by analyzing the pros and cons of each investment as well as the management of investment of customers. This is one of the
Siddharth, you just try to understand what I am asking. If you are not introducing, no problem. You can introduce it in further edition because everything what you have given, that is the generic thing. And if I am writing anything, something is my contribution or some specific thing I have to introduce. Okay, Siddharth?
Mr. Siddharth,
yes,
just I would like to add upon because Dr. Pramod has highlighted something. Because in your objective, you mentioned to know the problems faced by entrepreneurs in borrowing loans. So basically, did you present any list of problems that is being faced by the entrepreneurs in borrowing loans? And what did you rank those problems? You can also make a list of the problems that the entrepreneurs face. Now it is different as compared to 10 years or 20 years ago. So you have, at the present circumstances, in the present situation, I think you could add something related to the list of problems, and you rank the problems, and how you can also suggest some solutions, how these problems can be managed, or these problems could be eradicated from the banking side. So there are a lot of things you could have added, I think. Dr. Pramod rightly said, this is a very generic one. Okay. So your outcomes, findings, it should justify your objectives. You have set 3 objectives, but I think there are some lack of evidences or lack of data that can solve your problems, that can just satisfy the objectives. Okay, so you work on it. It's a good area.
Yeah. So yeah, just an addition, sir. They are just the MBA first year student, and they are learning it. And thanks for your inputs. That will definitely help them to become more research centric and with the output. Yeah, they are just
students.
students.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good. But you are giving your. I appreciate even Pramod sir and you giving good input so that they will improve, they will learn, and that's how they will become expert. It's well accepted. No problem. Thanks.
Good.
Yeah, yes, that's right, Mr. Rakshit or Dr. Rakshit. Actually, we are just providing the input or giving the input, not doing anything else.
Yeah, that would of course help the student to learn more. I appreciate that. Yes. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Yeah, move to the next. I think
Thank you, presenters. Thank you, juries. Moving on to the next presentation, I invite Dipali, Dr. Priyepa, Technological Advances of Indian Books. I request all of them to please come on dais and present the research work.
Thank you, Dechumma. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
And am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, all the respected panelists, my dear students. I am Dr. Deepali Garge. I am Associate Professor of Global Business School and Research Center, Pune, Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapit. My topic for today's presentation is technological advances of the banking industry and empirical examination of Indian banks. Um, the present paper, research paper, were based on the technological advances in the banking sector, and that is why I would like to give you just a brief introduction about it in the today's world. Very recently, in the month of October 2021, the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana reached to 43.57 crore people of India, and deposits in the Jan Dhan bank accounts total rupees 1.45 trillion, which is 19.46 US trillion dollar. The development in the banking sector, that is technological development in the banking sector in India, has many different scopes, and banks avail plenty of different schemes upcoming to the people to fulfill their desires and expectations. Digital banking positively impacting on consumers, their relationship with money, and through this their financial well-being. So to improve the standard of living of people, earlier around 10-20 years back, the target of government was that banks should reach to the consumer, and now the second target is that there has to be technological upliftment of all the sectors, and banking is one of the sector in it. The objective of my research paper was to analyze the usage of technological advancement of the banking industry and to study the impact of this technological advancement on its customers. So we have gathered data of around 117 respondents. The study investigated that the efficiency of technological advancement for better consumer happiness. So that was the consumer-based study, and to check the satisfaction level of consumers, those who are already availing different products of banking sector. Ultimate outcome or data analysis and interpretation of our data collection is, it is interpreted from data collection that 68.84% of the customers are aware about the technological aspects of banking sector. It was also interpreted that around 42.1% of the people were fully aware of the NPCL policy, which is applied to the GPay, Google Pay, and it was interpreted that 57.9% of the customers were aware and involved with the AEPs, that is other linked associations. I would like to conclude that I am not stretching it a lot so that there will be more question and answer session. I will happy that if there are more questions in this regard to me. So the conclusion is, more technological advances leads to the more satisfaction of the consumer. This is what the average conclusion of all banks. The major focus were from Axis Bank, from HDFC and ICICI. I would like to clear at this point that we focused more on private sector banks rather than government sector banks, because still government sector banks are not that techno savvy, but then private sector banks are providing and giving maximum services, online services to their customers. So more technological advances are making more satisfied to the customer. As per the technological aspect of the banking industries, it also has a few loopholes such as cybercrime, but we can minimize this to a greater extent, and we have done it also with the help of technological advancements itself. Ultimately, the conclusion again, I can say that since 1991, when Narasimha Rao was the Prime Minister, we adopted LPG, liberalization, privatization, and globalization. So the outcome of globalization is this, that positive impact on the technological advancement in the banking sector. It is not only in the banking sector, but banking sector has tremendous growth after 1991 and introduction of LPG. Thank you so much.
Hello, Dr. Dipali.
Yes.
Since this is a research paper, So did you develop any hypothesis for your study, this study?
No, sir. There were only objectives.
Basically, you talked about private sector banks, public sector banks, yeah, and how they were satisfying the customers. Huh?
Yes, sir.
So basically, I think there has to be some hypothesis. One of the hypotheses should be, if you want to understand how the public sector and the private sector banks are significant in terms of satisfying their customers.
Yes.
Yeah. So if you want to understand some significant difference, so whenever there is, until unless you understand some significant differences in your study or some significance, so this is not a complete research paper. So I think you have to develop some hypothesis for your study. Okay.
Yes, sure, sir.
So, and it was a brief presentation, so I could not understand much, but I think you have to enrich your study.
Okay, sure, sir. Thank you.
Very well, Professor Mujibur Rahman sir said. I'm giving one input to Dipali ma'am. In your research, you give the finding that the more technical advancement give the more satisfaction.
Yes.
So have you gone through any variables or the significance or any statistical tool to say that? Or just in your viewpoint, just you say that the more technical advancement give you more satisfaction?
Sir, because of lack of time, we couldn't do that. But correlation is the statistical tool which we can apply to the data which we have gathered.
On which basis you find this finding that more technical advancement give the more satisfaction?
Yeah, the questionnaire which we developed and which we distributed around 150 sample, and there we have got that maximum people are inclined towards the technological advancements, and they have
Which
said,
are the factors? Just I'm asking about on which are the factor, on which factor basis you reach at the finding that more technical advancement give you more satisfaction.
Okay, the questions which were added or the topics which we asked was something about are you regularly involved or aware with the transactions and flows and technological aspects of the banking? So there we got some 68% of the respondents.
But there is myth in certain banking customer that they say that private sector bank give more technical advancement, more satisfaction than the public sector bank. This is the certain myth. Even sometime you go through that some important fact that someone say that the private sector nationalized bank or the public sector bank is not giving profitability on the comparison of private sector bank. But recent year cases like the Yes Bank case or the HDFC cases or ICICI cases, these all are very good private bank giving you very good customer profiles or technical advancement. But when we are talking about the profitability or various things,
yes,
after profitability, there are certain various things that, and they are very poor in compared to nationalized bank or the public sector commercial bank. So it's just a myth that customer or the some person is creating that myth only private sector is better than the public sector bank. So if we can go through the certain evidence, that is okay.
Okay.
Just I'm giving input this.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the input.
Thank you, Professor Dipali.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, dear presenter. Thank you, juries.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have our next presenter, Manu Sharma, the author of the paper, A Study of Banking Sector and the Stock Market's Position During COVID-19. I request Manu Sharma to please come on dais and present the research work.
Probably this is our last presenter for track 1, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Yeah. Is the presenter available? Anchors, kindly look into it. I mean, they have joined the session. Manu Sharma, ma'am, are you there in the session? I don't think, yeah. Can you hear us out? Just call her once and then you can proceed. Yeah.
Manu Sharma, ma'am, you can please present your research work.
Proceed ahead, please.
We thank the session chair for their valuable input, which upkeeps the quality of this track, and also for accepting invitation and being available among us for this August academic gathering. We, on behalf of Amity Business School, Amity University, Mumbai, Maharashtra, thank you all again for your precious time and your valuable presence in this international hybrid conference. This track has evidenced quality research papers and cases which imbibes vivid aspects of pertaining to conference theme. Now, I will be requesting Dr. Jaimin Shah and Dr. Vineet Joshi to hand over token of appreciation as a session chair certificate. Dr. Shah, Dr. Joshi, over to you.
Hello? Am I
Yes,
audible?
sir. Yes, sir, you are.
Certificate of honor is presented to Dr. Rajesh Gupta. We thank you, sir, for your kind time and your inputs for our session. Dr. Rajesh, sir. We present our certificate of honor to Dr. Pramod Srivastava, sir. Sir, we are happy to have you here. We appreciate your time for our session. Thank you, sir. Certificate of honor for Dr. Mujibur Rahman. Sir, we are thank you for your time and your brilliant inputs for our session. For Dr. Lata ma'am. Ma'am, we are delighted to have you over here for our track session. We thank you once again for your valuable time.
We thank you all once again for your precious time and presence in this conference. Now, I would like to request Shloka and Shabin to please proceed with track 2. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Parthavi. Good afternoon. We welcome you all for the second track of the day, Financial Management. I am Shloka Kulkarni, and with me Shabin will be collectively taking forward this conference with track 2. We will be evidencing research papers and case studies presented by esteemed academicians, corporate delegates, research scholars, and students. Finance without strategy is just numbers, and strategy without finance is just dreaming. Fintech is the term to describe.
I couldn't thank them.
Fintech is a term used to describe emerging digital technology that aims to improve and automate the delivery and usage of financial services. The word fintech is itself a combination of financial technology. Fintech is rapidly changing the face of the banking industry as several banks are now switching to digitization as well as paperless and cashless processes. Fintech spans various sectors and industries, including education, retail banking, non-profit fundraising, investment management, and much more. Financial management is highly crucial to tackle inflation, to create a contingency fund, to create a retirement corpus, and basically to manage our money in the best way possible. I would now request Shabin to introduce our track session chairs. Thank you. Shabin?
I feel honored to have with us the Honorable Track Session Chairs, Dr. Suneet Kopra, Dr. Kaustubh, Dr. Gajanan, and Dr. Siddharth Dhongde. All of you hardly need any introduction. You have made all of us proud of your distinguished work in numerous capacities. Starting with the corporate expert, Dr. Suneet Kopra. Dr. Suneet Kopra has a PhD in banking and finance, has 20 years of sales and business development experience in the IT industry. He currently works with the leading Gartner Leaders Quadrant, an US-based OEM, and heads the PSU BFSI sector for the country. He has 15 years of wide experience. Of providing IT consulting services to large enterprise BFSI customers for data infrastructure, which includes virtualization, server storage, etc. He has more than 15 years of experience in handling complex sales cycles, which involves RFP tender process like RFP technical speaking, submission of techno-commercial proposal, participation in online reverse auction to win tender RFP on commercial grounds once the technical evaluation is completed. We welcome you, sir. Next, we have our external expert, Dr. Kaustubh. Dr. Kaustubh is an associate professor of finance and accounting and heads the Center for Excellence in Finance at SIES College of Management Studies, Nerul, Navi Mumbai. He's a teacher and researcher with an experience of more than 16 years in the field of management and finance teaching and research. He has 2 doctorates, a PhD in business management and a PhD in accounting and finance. He is a corporate trainer for the subjects related to finance, accounting, and research methodology. He has authored 4 books and 16 research papers in the field of accounting, financial management, and also attended and chaired many technical sessions in national and international conferences. He is a lifetime member of Indian Accounting Association and lifelong member of Higher Education Forum. We welcome you, sir. Next, we have Dr. Gajanan Pandit. Dr. Gajanan is the principal and an associate professor at Pillai College of Arts, Commerce, and Science. He heads the Autonomy Core Committee and the PhD Research Center. He possesses various qualifications such as MBA, DCM, SAT, GDCA, PhD, Extra. He is a fellow member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants and the Institute of the Company Secretaries of India. He has over 5 years of industry experience and over 18 years of teaching experience. Dr. Gajanan has co-authorship of 23 textbooks in the subjects of accountancy and taxation and have at the credit over 50 research papers. We welcome you, sir. Next, we have our faculty expert, Dr. Siddharth Dhongde. Dr. Siddharth Dhongde is an assistant professor at Amity Business School. He is the program chair of BCom and the program leader for PGDGI. He has done his post-graduation in MCom and MBA in finance and has done CFA level 1 and has a PhD in finance and taxation. He has 5 years of industry experience, which consists of working in various companies like Chrysler Credit Rating Agency, Onikra Credit Rating Agency, Ensing Analytics, etc. He has over 11 years of teaching experience and has published 6 research papers and 1 book. We welcome you, sir. Now, I request Shloka to go over the rules and invite the participants for the paper presentation.
Thank you, Shabin. So the rules for the paper presentations are 5 minutes for presentation followed by 3 minutes of question and answer. There are going to be 2 prompts during the presentation, one at the end of the 5th minute as a short warning bell and second one at the end of the 3rd minute indicating the end of the presenting time. Presenters shall try to complete the presentation within the stipulated time frame. Let us now begin with the paper presentations. First, I invite Prashant Chaugule, Dr. Mohammad Afzal, Dr. Deepti Tulpule, the authors of the paper titled Blockchain and Introduction, to please present their research work.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Prashant here. Just give me a second, I'll share my screen. Would that be
Sure,
okay?
sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Just 1 second. Okay. Could you be kind enough to let me know if you can see my screen now? Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect. So once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, honored panel. This is Prashant Chaugule, research scholar at Amity Business School, Mumbai. I, along with Professor Dr. Mohammad Afzal, sir, Assistant Professor, Amity Business School, Mumbai, and Professor Dr. Mrs. Deepti Tulpule, Madam, Assistant Dean, AGPS Pune, we present to you our review paper on blockchain and introduction. So, okay. So blockchain is not something that is very new. Actually, in 2008, when Satoshi Nakamoto presented his path-breaking paper on Bitcoin, the cryptocurrency, he was actually standing on the backs of many giants, many computer scientists, cryptographers, etc., who are already talking about distributed ledger technology, right? And in the same sense, what Nakamoto wanted to do with this technology was create a cryptocurrency which could actually help solve the problem of double spending as well as intermediation. Two of the problems which had come to the fore because of the 2008 financial crisis. Another thing about the financial crisis was that around that time the financial sector was reeling from suffering from actually a lack of trust in centralized organizations as well as people. So what Nakamoto wanted to do with this DLT was the blockchain was replace the trust that we used to previously put in people into trust in mathematics. Slowly but gradually, a lot of sectors, industries started finding use for blockchain. They were very happy about it. They accepted blockchain with open arms. In some Trotman 2016 actually wrote in his research paper that probably by 2026, the banking sector as we know it could probably not exist anymore. It's a ditto for the healthcare IT sector. These technologies are described as nothing short of disruptive. With increasing use and rising popularity, this brightness can be contrasted with the ambiguity which surrounds this concept, and that is why we have taken up this review paper. What are our objectives? To understand the concept of blockchain from the point of view of the business user, to collect and present various relevant definitions of blockchain in one place because they're all separated everywhere. To collect and present the various potential benefit areas of blockchain and their categorization into tactical benefit areas as well as strategic benefit areas. So this is how we did it. We collected relevant research papers from peer-reviewed journals. We harnessed databases like Science Direct, JSTOR, Emerald, etc. With the help of Amity Central Library as well as Google Scholar as tools. These were the keywords that we used, and based on that, we collected total 64 papers. This list was further filtered down to 47 papers. The reason for that was actually the literature on this topic started actually coming into its own after 2015, when a lot of very good academic interest was generated in this topic. Furthermore, we also wanted to avoid papers which are overly technical because our focus was to help the business person. We also wanted to focus on those papers which have an interplay with business areas. We focus on the use areas basically. So the discussion is divided into two sections. First is definitions, second is potential benefit and application areas. What we have done is we have 30 different definitions of blockchain, all the way from 2007 all the way to 2020, and selected the most relevant ones and presented them in front of you. We arranged them chronologically, and as we can see, there is a level of evolvement that we can see in the definitions also. So out of these 30 definitions we focused on, we actually what I want to say is that these 5 definitions actually hit all the right spots because they're talking about really important topics like decentralization. All the right themes have been covered by these definitions, like decentralization, usage of cryptographic tools to allow all users of the network, and stopping one single person or a group of people from making unilateral changes to the whole blockchain. The concept of peer-to-peer network of nodes basically provides a trust and verification system by using programmed rules. So replacement of trust on people by trust on mathematics. There's a direct contracting between buyers and sellers, so removing of the intermediaries. This one, the one by Skarloff JM, even though blockchain is not specifically connected only with Bitcoin, but still this definition brings in front of us the point that yes, right from the first transaction that was recorded all the way up till today, everything you will find in the blockchain, properly. The discussion on the potential benefit and application areas also went along the same way. What we did was we collected 14 research papers. Actually, there were more, but other authors were actually speaking about the same benefits again and again. So we have precluded them already, and then we presented them in our research paper, one below the other point-wise. So around 14 authors we have focused on. All these benefits that these authors talk actually divided into the following areas. First one is the tactical benefit areas. So these refer to places where blockchain adoption would lead to improvement in operations. For example, enhancement of record keeping accuracy and efficiency. Frauds become immensely difficult to conduct, improve privacy and data integrity, improvement in customer relationship management, customer experience. Strategic benefit areas would be those areas which help ensuring survival and acquiring and maintaining competitive advantage in the long term. So these include creating, maintaining, and enhancing customer trust, adoption and operation of new digital innovations, adding to and enhancing of existing business networks, rapid adoption and operationalization of green sustainable development goals, contribution to them, as well as sustainable promotion of economic growth. Without success in tactical benefit areas, it's not possible to have any success in the strategic benefit areas. We come to the conclusion part. Using all these 30 clear definitions of blockchain, we could notice certain themes like decentralized, electronic, ledger, records, immutable, transparency, cost reduction, disintermediation were highlighted again and again. So all definitions and variations accepted that blockchain is an efficient, cost-effective record-keeping tool. It records all transactions in a system from the beginning till today in a secure and transparent manner, and introduces centralization, immutability, auditability, and transparency, thereby providing a trust and verification system. Blockchain technology has important tactical and strategic benefit areas. Due to all this, the technology will continue to find use in many business areas and applications, even in government governance related areas also. Further research is planned on usefulness of blockchain technology in the sector and various issues and challenges with respect to blockchain technology. So thank you very much. This is a quick overview of our research paper. Open to questions. Thank you so much.
Hi Prashant, so this is Dr. Sunit here. Definitely, this is I think so. This is more an article on the blockchain, right? Rather than a research paper, right? And I think so. The last two lines, the last slide which says your planned. I think so. Blockchain. I've been into IT industry for the last 20 years right now, and I've seen a lot of changes in the infrastructure which is deployed in banking or rather in BFSI basically. I think so at more locations and more places and more the blockchain technology being used widely used in the industry. I think you should have represented those examples in this paper, would have helped the audience to understand where, how and where the blockchain is being used and how efficiently the time reduction is being given to the architects, to the solution providers, or to the guys who manages the entire bank's network or the technologies basically, how fast they can build up the applications basically, and how they can reduce the time in building application and putting up into the for the market basically, how the blockchain has been useful in the industry usage in building the applications basically. I think those examples were not there in your presentation. Would have appreciated if suppose you have put up a slide on that, on maybe not in detail but on the one day, yes. Like for example, if any cloud developer or any app developer, how he uses and blockchain technology basically in their application, and how is drastically he has reduced the time frame of the other developers, and how you can market that application fast when it comes to the computation. For example, two banks who launches the app first with the highest number of services, features, functionality. Similarly, now if you see the more in the industry going towards the blockchain is more used towards the Hadoop stack, the what we say the data warehousing. Today, all the social media has been connected with banks. suppose today if Dr. Sunit Kopra search looking for a cheaper housing loan, next moment the 10 calls will come to my mobile phone and I punch in my name and number, right? How the blockchain is helping to reach out to, with using the systems like Hadoop or maybe data warehousing or Teradata kind of things, how it has reduced the total time frame in connecting to the users, giving the right data to the banks so that they can connect to their customers well, increase the customer base. I think so that kind of that's what my expectation basically. Because definitely I know about this topic. I can speak for an hour on the blockchain and where and how it's being used right now. But definitely those where I think so it should have represented the areas where this has been used intensively. Actually, that's what
So that is true. Actually, you're right when you said that Hari, you could speak for hours about this topic. That is why in this particular topic, we decided to focus only on these two aspects. That is, clear the clutter about what blockchain basically is, how to define it properly, as well as at the same time, what are the potential use areas, give an idea about that. So only these two areas we decided to focus on, and based on that, we had prepared this paper.
correct.
So further research definitely,
it's a good work. It's a good area to do a research basically.
Yes, sir.
That you can bring your research paper will contribute to the society basically. People will come to know where and how the technology is being used. Though they may be a layman, you could present in a layman language, not more of technical words, but definitely helpful for the layman guy people to understand this. Actually, I think so. That should be the objective of a research paper, right?
That was actually the main objective.
That was
yes.
lacked in your presentation. Though the last two lines impressed me a lot. Yes, in a fintech and BSRICIP, but I think so that should occupy the 80% of your slides.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Good work.
In the next paper, definitely we'll consider
100%.
that.
Good work. No
Thank you,
worries.
sir.
Thank you so much. That's all from my side.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Oh, so sorry, sir. Yes.
And Dr. Kaustuv here.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good presentation, Prashant. It was completely a conceptual paper, running through the bibliographical route. And I agree totally with Dr. Sunit. Very nicely he spoke about, and he rightly said that he can speak for an hour.
Hours.
So I could make out the flow. He was talking about the blockchain and the technology. Yes, good thing, but yes, the scope of the study was too small in the sense of this research paper presentation. So that is one observation that I have. Secondly, along with the conceptual aspect of the blockchain, it would have been better if you had gone for a bit more of extensive usage or the probable usage of blockchain, because lot of people are, including government, they are thinking about using the blockchain for the betterment and the advancement of the aspects. So if you would have included that aspect over here to improve the scope, because that advancement through blockchain and the meaning of blockchain goes hand in hand, I think. So that is what my observation is.
Sir, actually, I'd included at the end in the research paper, it is there. I'd included the probable areas where blockchain is already being used and will find use in the future. Along with that, what are the areas where blockchain could be used? Like, for example, not only record keeping and all these things, but also in human resource management, in land records, all these things also I have included in the research paper. I actually did not put it here because I wanted to stick to the time limit of 6 minutes.
Right. Fine. No problem. Good. All the best.
Thank you very much, sir.
All the best. Good one.
Thank you very much. So, is it okay if I stop sharing my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to the presenter. Thank you to the jury members. I would now like to invite Professor Hetal Rajgor, the author of the paper titled A Review of Literature to Understand Taxation Challenges in India Amid COVID-19 Era, to please come on to the dais and present their research work. Hetal ma'am. Ethel ma'am, are you there in me?
Yeah, she's not there, I guess.
Just a moment, ma'am. I'll just present my screen.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
she's
ma'am.
there. Yeah,
Okay.
she's there. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Great.
Ma'am, I think you're on mute. You'll have to unmute yourself.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Myself, Assistant Professor Hetal Rajgor, and I am going to present paper on a review of literature to understand taxation challenges in India amid COVID-19 era.
Ma'am, just put your presentation on the presentation mode, please.
My research paper is on a review of literature to understand taxation challenges.
हेतल मैम, सॉरी टू डिस्टर्ब मैम, आप ना स्लाइड शो करिए, तो स्लाइड शो करने से ना स्लाइड पूरा डिस्प्ले होगा। ऊपर बटन है ना स्लाइड शो, एनिमेशन, ट्रांजिशन, एनिमेशन, स्लाइड शो, रिव्यू, व्यू, ऊपर जाके आपको स्लाइड शो पे क्लिक करिए।
Just a moment, sir.
हाँ, कोई बात नहीं, आप ऊपर टाइटल बार में आपको दिखेंगे, आपका टाइटल पेपर का नाम है, उसके नीचे ही है एनिमेशन स्लाइड शो, ऊपर। हाँ, वो भी चले, हाँ ठीक है। ये सुनीत कोबरा भी है ना हमारे, ही इज साथ में।
Sir, is it okay now?
नहीं, इट इज इन प्रोसेस।
मैम एक काम कीजिएगा, आप जो नीचे आपके जो बॉटम में ना, राइट हैंड साइड बॉटम में आपको जहाँ पर वो 64% लिखा हुआ दिख रहा है ना, यहाँ पर आप थोड़ा सा लेफ्ट हैंड साइड में आप देखेंगे एक आइकन बना हुआ है स्लाइड शो का, ये वाला, आप उसको क्लिक करेंगे चलेगा। ये रीडिंग बुक के बाजू वाला, ये माइनस साइन के बाजू वाला, एकदम एग्जैक्टली आपके लेफ्ट हैंड साइड पे, उसको क्लिक कीजिए।
Just a moment, sir.
नहीं, सिर्फ माउस लेके क्लिक करना है मैम आपको।
या नो प्रॉब्लम, नो करिए।
या
Sorry, sir, I can't do.
Let it be.
Ma'am, can you hear me? Ma'am?
Start then. Let it be then. Sorry then. Let it proceed, ma'am. जाने दीजिए, छोड़िए, अभी करिए।
Can you see the screen or not?
Yes.
Visible?
Yeah, screen visible, but slideshow not in slideshow mode. No problem. You continue, ma'am. That's okay. You proceed. I request the juries and to accept it in this way only, because I think some glitch may be there. Please proceed, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay, so sorry for the inconvenience caused. Once again, good afternoon, one and all. And my name is Assistant Professor Hitar Rajgor, and I am going to present a research paper. The topic of my research paper is a review of literature to understand taxation challenges in India amid COVID-19 era. I am research scholar of Singhania University, Rajasthan. Introduction. This exploratory paper highlights the background, challenges, and contemporary issues amid COVID-19 for goods and service tax in India. Finally, paper draws out a conclusion based on literature review. Also, we have explored that how artificial intelligence can be a game changer in Indian taxation system. The Central Board of Direct Tax, CBDT, has been given a collection target of rupees 5.69 trillion in personal income tax in the fiscal year 2019 and 20. 19.2% more than the rupees 4.77 crore collection in the previous year. The 2020 budget has pegged gross tax revenue for 2021 at rupees 24.23 lakh crore, up 12% from 21.63 lakh crore in the current fiscal. Around rupees 6.38 lakh crore is expected to come from personal income tax in 2021, a 14.13% increase over rupees 5.59 lakh crore earned in 2020, 19 and 20. Central Goods and Service Tax, that is a CGST collection, stood at rupees 5,934 crore in April, a fall of 87% compared with the 46,848 crore collected in the same month last year, according to the official data. Objectives of the research. The first objective is to study the impact of corona crisis on taxation system in India. The second objective of the research is to study the review of literature as a part of preliminary study to explore challenges and role of government. To ensure more digitization in the economy, proposal for cash back program has been introduced by increasing the user base of digital transaction. Also, counsel to solve the issues faced by MSME. A subcommittee has been formed. Various measures to simplify returns and cancellation of GST registration have been introduced. Also, GST migration window reopened for the taxpayers who did not migrate to the GST regime. Other steps like refund of accumulated ITC, multiple registration instead, revised threshold limit for the GST registration have been introduced. To resolve the administrative issues between the center and state as to how much control center and state must have on the assesses registered under the VAT, excise and service tax, the council suggested two divisions. First one is the horizontal division and the second one is the vertical division. In horizontal division, where the assess to be divided between the center and the state in the ratio of 3 years. In vertical division, assess to be divided on the basis of turnover, also known as cross empowerment. The next one, that is a provision to compensate the state in the first 5 years of the launch of GST. 1st April decided as the official date for the rollout of the GST. Rate of GST as the most important, as the prices of product would depend on it. Limitations of the study. It would be almost impossible to fully summarize all the research that has been conducted in the field of goods and service tax. However, it is attempted to provide a summary of the major research that has taken place on the key issues which have emerged and the means by which they can be handled. Suggestion for future research. First one is rethinking the challenges of implementing GST in India. The second suggestion is analyzing the readiness and the effectiveness of information technology to support the GST implementation in the current scenario in India. So the conclusion is, first, the corona crisis has a very critical and worrisome scenario on the existing tax system with the profound impact on the various sectors of the economy like banking and finance, education, health, restaurant, hospitality, industry, real estate, etc. It becomes important to understand the impact on various sectors post the implementation of the new tax regime in our country. Government have tried well so far and would strive in future. Thus, this study will help us in understanding role of government to adapt with the flexible norms to combat corona crisis. India would be the first country to imply AI, that is artificial intelligence, for the tax filing process. The government wants computer instead of human beings to do everything. So data integration is the key. The whole objective of the faceless assessment is based on the premise that tax officers are corrupt and harass taxpayers. This is not only a biased notion, but also undermines the genuine work of the tax department. Thank you, sir. Thank you, one and all, once again, for giving me opportunity to present paper here. Thank you, Amity Business School.
Yeah, open to juries for remark.
Actually, again, I will say a basic paper on the basic data and its presentation. Did you have any hypothesis in this?
No, sir.
You did not have hypothesis. Okay. So a plain paper, and I forgot to see whether all the objectives that you have mentioned, you have satisfied the data related to all the objectives?
Yes, I tried my level best, sir.
Okay. Is it a part of your PhD work?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what was the umbrella topic for your PhD, the main topic?
So my topic is impact of GST on hotel and restaurant industry pre and post COVID.
Hotel and what you said?
Restaurant business.
Restaurant business. Okay. Okay. Fine, but then I found that the scope, maybe it was just related to a specific aspect of GST. So you have restricted to this level. Good paper, I think. Good paper, but then the scope was limited. So not much to even discuss, I think.
Yes, sir. I will try my level best into the next paper to put it all the suggestions which are given by panel or the jury in today's paper presentation.
All the best. All the best.
Yeah. Anything from Sunit sir, Gajanan sir, or
Ketal.
Prashant sir? Yeah.
Ketal. Good. I saw your paper is mostly a conceptual base. Like whenever you're going to publish your paper in any conference or workshop or at this good platform, it is expected that paper should have some research base or factual or some kind of some primary database paper.
Okay,
even though as rightly said by Kaustubh sir, the paper has very good idea, but as per my suggestion, maybe it is related with your PhD thesis or PhD study. But as per my suggestion, like whenever you're going to publish your paper, so please do involve some kind of research analysis also.
Yes, definitely, sir. Definitely.
All the way, like your paper is very good, study related and concept based. Like as again, it requires some kind of hypothesis and maybe that needs to be proved with some data. But very good, sir. The concept based is a clarity. So all the best for your future.
Thank you, sir.
Hetal, Dr. Sunit here. As you said, you are pursuing your PhD from Singhara University, and your topic is related to hotels and restaurants. So, are you limiting to one particular city, one particular state, or how is it? The data collection will be done?
So I have chosen Navi Mumbai area.
Navi Mumbai area. Okay.
Yes.
And how you going to come? And from where you going to get the pre and post GST figures for this for your research work?
So I would utilize some of the primary data as well as secondary data for the same.
But have you contacted any government officials to get the data, GST data on the hotel and restaurant? To get the exact figures of the GSTs so that you can prepare your work?
Yes, sir, it's in pipeline.
Okay, ma'am. All the very best, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you to the presenter. Thank you to the jury members. We now move forward to Ms. Archana Patre, the author of the paper titled A Study on Initiatives Taken by Various Stakeholders to Enrich the Financial Literacy in India, to please present her paper. Archana ma'am, you're not audible. No, ma'am, you're not audible.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Now you're audible.
Let me share my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Yeah, because I'm not able to see.
It's visible, ma'am.
Visible, right? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Archana. I'm doing my part-time PhD from Amity University, Mumbai. And I'm going to present my research paper titled A Study on Initiatives Taken by Various Stakeholders to Enrich the Financial Literacy in India. So this paper is purely based on secondary data, and I wanted to highlight what all initiatives taken by various stakeholders, regulators and policymakers to enhance level in India. Can you see the second slide?
No, madam. No, ma'am.
Just the first slide.
Yeah.
Now is it visible?
No, ma'am. You can stop sharing and share your entire screen so that the change in slide can be visible.
Sorry for that. Can you see now?
Yes, yes.
Second slide is visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Yeah, I'm very sorry. First, we will see what is financial literacy. Financial literacy is ability to manage one's money. So according to OECD, it is a combination of awareness, knowledge, skill, attitude, and behavior necessary to make sound financial decision and ultimately achieve individual financial well-being. So in detail, it is understanding basic financial concepts like compounding interest, risk diversification, inflation, etc. Then making good financial decisions about saving, spending, investing, insurance, taking proper insurance, retirement planning, etc. And understanding key financial products according to their risk. So there are risk-free investment options like FD, post office saving, bonds, as well as risky options, mutual funds, stock, NPS, derivatives, cryptocurrency, etc. So quickly we'll see the importance of financial literacy. Financial literacy impart knowledge and skill and gives confidence to manage product and services. It helps protect the individual against exploitation scheme from moneylenders. Then this financial education promote wise financial decision and avoid over indebtedness. Then positive spillover is financial education can lead to multiplier effect in the economy. Deeper participation in financial market. Currently, if you will see, only 1% of the population are investing in stock markets. Then financial education can become the agent of behavioral change. Then the need of the study, financial literacy, though important, very much neglected topic in India. According to National Center for Financial Education survey, only 27% of Indians are financially literate. It means we have long distance to travel, and that put a lot of responsibility on all the financial institutions, including SEBI, IRDA, PFRDA, etc. So financial exclusion in children is deep rooted in our society. Here I would like to give